The airlock hissed open, and Captain Ellara Voss stepped into the dimly lit corridor, the weight of the Erebus's silence pressing against her chest. The distress signal had been faint, almost ghostly, crackling through the comms with words that sent a shiver down her spine. Eden 7. We are not alone. The words looped endlessly, a broken record of desperation. Around her, the ship groaned, its systems flickering as if something or someone was tampering with them. The faint hum of the engines stuttered, and the lights above flickered, casting jagged shadows across the walls. Illara tightened her grip on her sidearm, her breath visible in the suddenly frigid air. "Captain," a voice crackled through her earpiece. It was Dr. Kion, the ship's xenobiologist, his tone strained. "The signal's origin, it's not just coming from Eden 7. It's inside us. There's something in the system, something alive." Before Illara could respond, a low whisper echoed through the corridor, barely audible but unmistakable. It wasn't in any language she recognized, just a series of guttural sounds that seemed to coil around her thoughts, insidious and cold. Her hand trembled as she raised her weapon, the shadows ahead shifting unnaturally as though they were alive. "All hands," she barked into her comm, her voice steady despite the dread clawing at her insides. "Prepare for immediate landing and stay sharp. We're not alone out here." The Erebus shuddered violently as it descended toward the planet's surface, the whispers growing louder, more insistent. Outside the viewport, the ruins of Eden 7 loomed, a jagged silhouette against a blood-red sky. The colony was a graveyard, its structures crumbling, its streets lifeless, or so it seemed. Illara's heart pounded as the ship touched down, the whispers now a cacophony in her mind. She glanced at the crew, their faces pale, their eyes wide with fear. They were explorers, scientists, not soldiers, but whatever awaited them on Eden 7, it was no longer a mystery. It was a warning, and it was already too late to turn back. Captain Arlen Kane stood at the helm of the Erebus, his sharp gaze fixed on the swirling mists of Eden 7 atmosphere. The planet loomed large on the viewport, its surface a chaotic patchwork of jagged mountains and dense forest shrouded in an eerie green haze. Behind him, the crew moved with a sense of urgency, their boots clattering against the metal floors as they prepared for the landing sequence. The air was thick with tension, a silent undercurrent that no one wanted to voice until Helix spoke. The ship's artificial intelligence, Helix, had been a constant presence throughout their journey, its calm, synthetic voice guiding them through the void of space. But this time, its tone carried an edge of caution. "Captain Kane," it began, the words cutting through the hum of machinery. "I am detecting an unidentified energy signature emanating from the planet's surface. Its origin and nature are unclear, but it registers as highly anomalous. Proceeding with the landing may pose significant risks." The crew exchanged uneasy glances. Lieutenant Mara Voss, the ship's chief engineer, was the first to break the silence. "Anomalous energy signatures, that's not exactly a welcome mat, Captain. We don't know what we're dealing with down there. Could be radiation, could be something worse." Her voice was steady, but her hands tightened around the datapad she held. Kane turned to face the group, his expression unreadable. "We didn't come this far to turn back now," he said, his voice firm but not unkind. "This mission isn't just about us. It's about the future of humanity. Eden 7 is the closest thing we've found to a habitable world in decades. If there's even a chance we can make this work, we owe it to everyone back home to try." The room fell silent again, the weight of his words sinking in. They all knew the stakes. Earth was dying, its oceans polluted, its skies choked with ash. The Erebus was humanity's last hope, a desperate gamble to find a new home among the stars. But that didn't make the decision any easier. Dr. Elias Trent, the mission's lead scientist, adjusted his glasses and stepped forward. "Captain, I understand the urgency, but we can't ignore the risks. If this energy signature is hostile, or worse, if it's sentient, we could be walking into a trap. We need more data before we commit to landing." Kane's jaw tightened, but he nodded. "Agreed. Helix, can you give us a more detailed scan of the surface? Any signs of movement, structures, or life forms?" The AI paused, its processors whirring softly. "Scanning now," it replied. "Initial readings suggest no visible signs of civilization or movement. However, the energy signature appears to be localized in a specific region, approximately 15 kilometers from the projected landing site. Its intensity is fluctuating, but it does not match any known natural phenomena." Mira crossed her arms, her brow furrowed. "So, it's not natural and it's not man-made. What does that leave us with? Alien tech, some kind of planetary defense system? Or something we've never encountered before," Trent added, his voice tinged with both curiosity and unease. "If it's alien in origin, we need to approach with extreme caution." First contact protocols would apply. Kane sighed, running a hand through his graying hair. First contact protocols are built on the assumption that we're dealing with a species capable of communication. If this is some kind of automated system, or worse, a weapon, we're flying blind, but we don't have the luxury of waiting around to figure it out. Every second we waste is a second closer to Earth's collapse. The crew exchanged hesitant glances, the gravity of the situation pressing down on them. Finally, Mira spoke again, her voice softer this time. "Captain, I'm not saying we should abandon the mission. But maybe we can find a way to land safely away from that energy signature, set up a perimeter, gather more data, and then decide our next move." Kane considered her words, his eyes narrowing as he stared at the planet below. "Agreed," he said after a moment. "Helix, plot a new course. Take us to the farthest viable landing site from that energy source and keep scanning. If anything changes, I want to know immediately." The AI acknowledged the order, and the crew sprang into action, their movements more deliberate now. The tension in the room hadn't dissipated, but there was a renewed sense of purpose. They were committed to the mission, but not blindly so. Every step would be calculated, every risk weighed against the potential reward. As the Erebus descended through Eden's 7 thick atmosphere, the planet's mysteries loomed ever closer. What awaited them on the surface was anyone's guess, an opportunity, a threat, or something entirely beyond their understanding. But one thing was certain: the choices they made in the coming hours would shape the fate of humanity itself. The Erebus descended through Eden's 7 atmosphere, its hull groaning under the strain of the planet's dense, oppressive air. Below, the colony sprawled like a forgotten relic, its structures jagged and fractured under the weight of time and neglect. The sky above was a perpetual twilight, a dim, reddish glow that cast long, eerie shadows across the broken landscape. It was a world that seemed to breathe, to pulse with a strange, unsettling energy. As the ship touched down, the crew stepped out into the silence, their footsteps crunching on the cracked, glass-like surface of the ground. Dr. Elina Voss was the first to notice the anomalies. Her handheld scanner flickered erratically, its readings spiking and falling in chaotic patterns. She frowned, her sharp eyes scanning the horizon. "Something's off," she muttered, her voice barely above a whisper. The air it's shifting, not just whined. It's like the planet itself is alive, reacting to us. The crew divided into teams, each tasked with investigating different sectors of the colony. The first group headed toward the central hub where the colony's mainframe was supposed to be housed. The second team, led by Captain Elias Kane, moved toward the residential quarters, hoping to find clues about the colonists' fate. Illara and her team, however, stayed near the landing site, focusing on the strange biological readings. As they moved deeper into the colony, the air grew heavier, almost tangible. It wasn't just the oppressive atmosphere, it was something more. Lyra's scanner picked up traces of microbial activity organisms that didn't match any known database. "These readings, they're impossible," she said, her voice tense. "The DNA sequences are fragmented, like they've been spliced together by something. This isn't natural evolution. It's as if the planet is rewriting life itself." The ground beneath them seemed to shift subtly, a faint vibration that made the crew exchange uneasy glances. Lyra knelt, pressing her gloved hand to the surface. "It's warm," she said, her brow furrowing. "Not just from the sun, there's something beneath us, something alive." Her words hung in the air, heavy with implication. The crew had expected a deserted colony, perhaps a tragic story of failed terraforming or a sudden disaster. But this was something else entirely. Eden 7 wasn't just a dead world. It was a world that had changed, mutated into something unrecognizable. As the teams pressed on, the silence was broken by faint, distant sounds, whispers carried on the wind, or perhaps something else. The residential quarters were in ruins, their walls crumbling, but here and there, strange growths clung to the surfaces, pulsing faintly with a bioluminescent glow. Captain Kane's team found no bodies, no signs of struggle, just emptiness, as if the colonists had vanished into thin air. Back at the landing site, Lyra's team uncovered more unsettling evidence. A sample of the air revealed microscopic organisms that seemed to react to their presence, clustering and dispersing in patterns that defied explanation. "This isn't right," Lyra repeated, her voice barely audible. "This isn't just a colony, it's a living system, and it knows we're here." The implications were staggering. Eden 7 wasn't just a failed experiment, it was a transformation. A planet that had become something entirely new. And as the crew regrouped, sharing their findings, one thing became clear: they weren't alone. The planet was watching, waiting, and whatever it had become, it wasn't going to let them leave without a fight. The tension in the air was palpable, a quiet dread that settled over the crew like a shroud. They had come to Eden 7 seeking answers, but the more they uncovered, the more they realized how little they truly understood. The planet was alive, and it had a story to tell, one that might change everything they thought they knew about life, evolution, and the universe itself. The air grew colder as the team pressed deeper into the colony's central hub, their boots echoing against the cracked metal floor. The once bustling heart of this forgotten outpost now lay in eerie silence, broken only by the faint hum of malfunctioning machinery. Lights flickered overhead, casting long shadows that seemed to move just out of sync with their steps. It was here, in the hub's control room, that they found the logs, rows of dusty terminals, their screens flickering with fragmented data. The first few entries were mundane: crew manifests, supply inventories, routine maintenance reports. But as they scrolled further, the tone shifted. The logs became fragmented, desperate. One entry detailed a sudden loss of communication with the outer sectors. Another mentioned strange noises, scratching, tapping, something moving where nothing should be. The team exchanged uneasy glances as they continued, the tension in the room thickening with every word. Then they reached the final entry. The screen crackled with static, the audio distorted but unmistakably human. A voice, trembling with fear, began to speak. "This is Dr. Elina Vasquez, Colony Chief Medical Officer. We've sealed ourselves in the hub, but it's not enough. They're everywhere. We thought it was just paranoia at first, but it's real. They're in the walls. The voice broke off into a scream, raw and guttural, before the transmission cut out entirely. The silence that followed was deafening. The team stood frozen, the weight of what they just heard settling over them like a shroud. The colony hadn't been abandoned. Something had driven its inhabitants to the brink of madness, something they couldn't see, couldn't fight, and whatever it was, it might still be here. The words there in the walls echoed in their minds, a chilling reminder of the unseen threat lurking just beyond their reach. As they sifted through the remaining data, a pattern began to emerge. The colonists had reported strange behavior in the weeks leading up to the final transmission: missing supplies, unexplained power surges, and most disturbingly, sightings of figures that vanished the moment they were seen. Theories ranged from equipment malfunctions to mass hysteria, but the logs suggested something far more sinister. Whatever had happened here, it wasn't an accident. It was deliberate, and it was still happening. The team's initial curiosity turned to unease as they realized the gravity of their discovery. This wasn't just a deserted colony, it was a tomb, a place where an entire community had been consumed by something they couldn't comprehend. The walls, once a symbol of safety and structure, now seemed alive, shifting and groaning under the strain of whatever lay within them. The team knew they had to act quickly, but every step forward felt like a step deeper into the unknown. As they prepared to move on, one of the team members noticed something unusual. The terminal's power indicator was still active, faint but steady. It shouldn't have been possible, not after all this time. They hesitated, then reached out to touch the screen. The moment their fingers made contact, the room was filled with a low, resonant hum, as if the colony itself had awakened. The lights flickered again, this time in a rhythmic pattern, and the team realized with growing dread that they were no longer alone. Whatever had taken the colonists was still here, waiting, watching. And now it knew they were here too. The air inside the colony's central hub was thick with an unnatural humidity, clinging to the team's suits as they moved cautiously through the dimly lit corridors. The second team, led by engineer Jax Teller, had been sent to investigate the source of the strange energy readings emanating from this sector. What they found was far beyond anything they could have anticipated. The walls, once smooth and metallic, were now riddled with grotesque, pulsating growths that seemed to breathe in unison. These bulbous formations glistened faintly under the beams of their flashlights, their surfaces shifting and contracting as if alive. Jax approached one of the growths, his curiosity outweighing his caution. He reached out, his gloved hand hovering inches from the slick, veined surface. "This isn't organic," he muttered, more to himself than to the rest of the team. "It's integrated into the structure, like it's part of the colony itself." Before anyone could stop him, his fingers brushed against the growth. The reaction was immediate and violent. The growth shuddered violently, its surface rippling as if it had been struck. A low, guttural hum filled the air, growing louder with each passing second. Jax stumbled back, his breath catching in his throat as the growth began to writhe and expand, its tendrils lashing out like serpents. The team watched in horror as the infection, if that's what it was, spread rapidly, consuming the walls, the floor, even the ceiling. The once stable environment of the colony was now a living, writhing nightmare. "Fall back now," Jax barked, his voice strained but commanding. The team didn't need to be told twice. They turned and ran, their boots pounding against the metal floor as the growth surged behind them. The corridor seemed to stretch endlessly, the way out growing farther with every step. The hum had turned into a deafening roar, the sound of the colony itself groaning under the weight of whatever was overtaking it. As they rounded a corner, one of the team members, Dr. Ellara Voss, glanced back and froze. The growths weren't just following them, they were chasing them. "It's learning," she gasped, her voice tinged with a mix of awe and terror. "It's adapting to our movements, we can't outrun it forever." Jax grabbed her arm, pulling her forward. "We don't have to outrun it forever, just long enough to get out of here and figure out what the hell this thing is." The team finally reached the airlock, slamming the control panel to seal the door behind them. For a moment there was silence, broken only by the sound of their labored breathing. But that silence didn't last. The growth slammed against the door with a force that made the entire structure tremble. "We need to warn the others," Jack said, his voice low but urgent. "If this thing spreads any further, it won't just be this sector that's compromised." The entire colony could be consumed. As they made their way back to the main hub, the weight of what they'd just witnessed hung heavy in the air. The growths weren't just a threat, they were a living, breathing entity, one that seemed to be growing smarter and more aggressive by the minute. The team had barely escaped with their lives, but the real question lingered in the back of their minds. What would happen if the growths breached the airlock? And more importantly, what was this thing, and how could they stop it before it was too late? The colony, once a beacon of human ingenuity, now felt like a ticking time bomb. And as the growths continued to spread, the team couldn't shake the feeling that they were running out of time, not just to escape, but to survive. The hum of the Erebus's engines filled the air, a steady reminder of the ship's fragile stability in orbit. Helix, the ship's advanced AI system, suddenly broke the rhythm with an urgent alert. Its voice, calm yet tinged with an edge of tension, echoed through the command deck. Energy signature surge detected, atmospheric instability increasing, warning, planetary conditions deteriorating at an accelerated rate. Kane, standing at the helm, turned sharply toward the holographic display that now pulsed with erratic readings. The planet below, once a silent, shadowy mass, now seemed alive with chaotic energy. Helmets on, everyone regroup at the main bay, he barked, his voice cutting through the growing tension. The crew scrambled, their movements sharp and purposeful, but the unease in the air was palpable. As the team moved, Helix continued to relay data, atmospheric pressure fluctuations exceeding safe thresholds. Radiation levels spiking, probability of surface collapse 87%. The numbers were stark, a cold reminder of the planet's unpredictable nature. Kane's mind raced. The second team explorers sent deeper into the planet's caverns had been silent for too long. Any response from the second team? Kane asked, his voice tight. Helix's reply was immediate. Negative. Communications with the second team have been terminated. Last transmission received approximately 12 minutes ago. The words hung in the air like a death sentence. Silence from the surface could mean anything: equipment failure, interference, or something far worse. Kane clenched his fists, his mind torn between protocol and instinct. Protocol demanded caution, a measured response, but instinct screamed at him to act, to send a rescue team before it was too late. The crew watched him, their expressions a mix of fear and determination. They knew the risks, they'd trained for this, but training couldn't prepare them for the unknown, for the creeping dread that now seeped into every corner of the ship. Helix, reroute all available power to the comms array. Boost the signal. We need to re-establish contact, Kane ordered. The AI responded with its usual efficiency, but the silence that followed was deafening. No signal, no response, just the static hum of a planet that seemed to be closing in on itself. The crew exchanged uneasy glances. The second team had been their best, seasoned explorers, scientists, and engineers. If they were gone, what did that mean for the rest of them? The question lingered, unspoken but heavy in the air. Kane took a deep breath, his decision firm. "Prepare the shuttle, we're going down." The words were met with a mix of relief and apprehension. They all knew the risks, but they also knew they couldn't leave their people behind. As the crew moved to execute his orders, Kane stared at the planet below, its surface now flickering with strange, unnatural lights. Whatever was happening down there, it was far from over. And they were running out of time. The shuttle's engines roared to life, cutting through the oppressive silence. Kane strapped in, his mind focused on the mission ahead. But beneath the surface, a nagging thought persisted. What if they were already too late? The question haunted him as the shuttle descended into the planet's turbulent atmosphere, the Erebus shrinking into a distant speck of light above. The air was heavy with the scent of rust and decay as the team descended deeper into the hidden underground facility. Their footsteps echoed against the cold, metallic walls, each sound amplifying the tension that clung to them like a second skin. The discovery of this place had been accidental. A crack in the colony's foundation had led them to a concealed hatch, buried beneath layers of dirt and forgotten machinery. Now, standing in the dimly lit corridor, they could feel the weight of history pressing down on them, a history that had been deliberately erased. Rows upon rows of cryogenic pods stretched out before them, their glass surfaces fogged with age. The pods were arranged in a grid-like pattern, each one a silent sentinel guarding the secrets of the past. Most of them stood empty, their interiors dark and lifeless, but a few still held occupants frozen in time. The team moved cautiously, their flashlights cutting through the gloom, illuminating the faces of those who had been preserved, or perhaps imprisoned, here. The sight was both awe-inspiring and unsettling. Who were these people? Why had they been left behind? As they approached the far end of the chamber, one pod caught their attention. Unlike the others, its glass was only partially frosted, and faint condensation clung to the surface, as if the occupant had been alive until recently. Inside lay a man, his skin pale and translucent, his breathing shallow and labored. He was alive barely. The team quickly gathered around, their tools already in hand, desperate to free him before it was too late. But as the pod hissed open, the man's eyes fluttered, and he spoke, his voice a brittle whisper that sent chills down their spines. "You shouldn't have come here." The words hung in the air, heavy with warning and regret. Before anyone could respond, the man's body shuddered, his breath escaping in one final, rattling gasp. He was gone. The team stood in stunned silence, the weight of his words settling over them like a suffocating fog. What had he meant? What horrors lay hidden in this place that he felt compelled to warn them, even in his final moments? The discovery of the cryogenic pods raised more questions than answers. Were these the original colonists frozen for some unknown purpose? Or were they something else entirely? An experiment gone wrong, a last-ditch effort to survive a catastrophe that had never been recorded. The team's initial excitement at the discovery quickly gave way to unease. This facility wasn't just a relic of the past, it was a tomb, a place where secrets had been buried, and now those secrets were beginning to stir. As they examined the remaining pods, they noticed something strange. The empty ones weren't just vacant, they had been opened from the inside. Scratches marred the edges of the glass, as if someone had clawed their way out in a panic. The implications were chilling. If the occupants had escaped, where had they gone? And more importantly, what state were they in when they left? The team's minds raced with possibilities, each one more unsettling than the last. The barely alive colonists' warning echoed in their thoughts, a haunting reminder that some doors, once opened, should never have been touched. This facility wasn't just a piece of history, it was a Pandora's box, and they had unwittingly pried it open. The team knew they couldn't leave, not without uncovering the truth. But as they prepared to delve deeper into the facility, they couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched, that something or someone was waiting for them in the shadows. And whatever it wasn't going to let them leave without a fight. The second team moved cautiously through the dimly lit corridors of the colony, their flashlights casting flickering beams across walls that seemed to stretch endlessly into the darkness. The air was thick with tension, every creak and groan of the ancient structure amplifying their unease. Teller, ever the skeptic, tried to brush off the growing sense of dread. "It's just the colony settling," he muttered, more to himself than to the others. "Old structures like this always make noise, it's nothing to worry about." But the others weren't so sure. The shadows seemed to shift unnaturally, as if they were alive. Every corner they turned brought a new wave of anxiety, the feeling of being watched pressing down on them like a weight. Mara Reyes, the team's security officer, kept her hand close to her sidearm, her sharp eyes scanning the darkness for any sign of movement. She had been on enough missions to know when something wasn't right, and this place, something about it felt off. "Stay alert," she whispered, her voice low but firm. "I don't like this." It wasn't long before they began to see things, or thought they did. A flicker of movement here, a faint rustle there, always just out of reach, just out of sight. Teller dismissed it as their minds playing tricks on them, the result of fatigue and the oppressive atmosphere of the colony. "It's just your imagination," he said, though the uncertainty in his voice betrayed his confidence. "There's nothing here but dust and shadows." But then Mara saw it, a figure barely visible in the gloom, its silhouette outlined by a faint, unnatural glow. She froze, her breath catching in her throat as the figure turned toward them, its eyes burning with an eerie light. For a moment, time seemed to stand still, the world narrowing to that single, terrifying moment. Then the figure was gone, vanishing into the darkness as quickly as it had appeared. Mara's voice was barely above a whisper as she spoke, her words heavy with dread. "We're not alone." The team exchanged uneasy glances, the weight of her words sinking in. Whatever was out there, it wasn't just their imagination. Something or someone was in the colony with them, watching, waiting. And as they pressed deeper into the labyrinthine corridors, the sense of being hunted only grew stronger, the shadows closing in around them like a living thing. The team's dynamic shifted in that moment. Teller's skepticism wavered, his earlier confidence replaced by a growing sense of unease. Mara, on the other hand, became even more vigilant, her every movement calculated, her senses on high alert. The others followed her lead, their earlier casual demeanor replaced by a tense, almost military precision. They moved as one, their flashlights cutting through the darkness in synchronized sweeps, each of them acutely aware of the unseen presence lurking just beyond the edge of their vision. The corridors seemed to twist and turn in on themselves, the layout of the colony defying logic. It was as if the structure itself was alive, shifting and changing to confuse and disorient them. Every door they tried was locked, every path they took leading them in circles. The air grew colder, the silence more oppressive, until it felt like they were walking through a tomb. And then, just when they thought they couldn't take any more, they heard it, a faint, almost imperceptible sound like the whisper of fabric against stone. It was coming from behind them. Mara spun around, her flashlight beam cutting through the darkness, but there was nothing there, just shadows stretching endlessly into the void. But she knew better. Whatever was out there, it was real and it was getting closer. The team pressed on, their pace quickening, the sense of urgency driving them forward. They needed to find a way out, but the colony seemed determined to keep them trapped within its walls. A maze with no end, no escape, and all the while the feeling of being watched never left them. The shadows danced at the edges of their vision, the faint sounds of movement always just out of reach. They were not alone, and whatever was out there, it was not friendly. The colony had secrets, dark and terrible secrets, and they were about to uncover them whether they wanted to or not. The air inside the underground facility was thick with dust and the faint hum of dormant machinery, a silence broken only by the occasional creak of metal settling after centuries of disuse. Dr. Voss and her team moved cautiously, their boots echoing softly against the cracked floor. The walls were lined with strange, organic-looking tendrils, pulsating faintly as if alive, though they seemed dormant or perhaps waiting. Ahead, a console flickered with a faint blue light, its surface covered in a layer of grime. Dr. Voss wiped it clean with her glove, revealing a series of unfamiliar symbols etched into the interface. As she activated the console, a holographic projection burst to life, casting an eerie glow across the room. The image was grainy, distorted by time, but it showed a group of colonists humans, though their uniforms were unlike anything the team had seen before. They stood in what appeared to be a laboratory, bustling with activity. The recording began to play, their voices crackling with static but still audible. One of the colonists, a woman with a determined expression, spoke first. Phase 1 of the terraforming initiative is complete. The organism has been successfully integrated into the ecosystem. Initial results are promising. Soil fertility has increased by 70%, and atmospheric composition is stabilizing. The camera panned to a containment chamber where a strange, glowing entity floated in a suspended state. It was unlike anything the team had ever encountered, a swirling mass of light and shadow, shifting and pulsating as if alive. The recording continued, but the tone began to shift. Another colonist, a man with a furrowed brow, stepped forward. "We've detected anomalies in the organism's behavior. It's adapting faster than we anticipated, too fast. It's consuming organic matter at an exponential rate. We need to shut this down before it spreads beyond the controlled zones." The scene cut to chaos. The laboratory was in disarray, equipment overturned and lights flickering. The colonists were screaming, running as the organism broke free from its containment. The holographic recording captured the horrifying moment when the entity surged forward, engulfing one of the colonists. His body disintegrated on contact, absorbed into the swirling mass. Dr. Voss stared at the projection, her face pale. "They weren't trying to survive," she murmured, her voice trembling. "They were trying to control it." And it turned on them. The recording ended abruptly, leaving the team in stunned silence. Around them, the walls seemed to close in, the faint hum of the facility now tinged with menace. The tendrils on the walls began to twitch, as if reacting to the hologram's activation. Dr. Voss turned to her team, her voice low but urgent. "This isn't a colony," she said, her words heavy with realization. "It's a graveyard. Whatever they unleashed here, it didn't just consume them, it's still here, and it's not dormant." The team exchanged uneasy glances, the weight of her words sinking in. The facility, once a beacon of human ingenuity, now felt like a tomb. The very air seemed to vibrate with a latent energy, a reminder that they were not alone. As they prepared to move deeper into the facility, the tendrils on the walls began to glow faintly, their movements more pronounced. The team's instruments picked up a surge of energy, confirming their worst fears. The organism was still active, and it was aware of their presence. Dr. Voss tightened her grip on her equipment, her mind racing. They had come here seeking answers, but now they were faced with a question far more urgent. How do you fight something that doesn't just consume life, it becomes it? The team moved forward, every step measured, every breath deliberate. The holographic recording had revealed the truth, but it had also left them with a chilling reminder. The past was not just a warning. It was a prelude. The air grew heavy with tension as Reyes and her team pressed forward, their footsteps echoing faintly in the dimly lit corridors of the colony. The eerie silence was shattered in an instant as shadowy figures emerged from the darkness, their forms twisted and unnatural. At first glance, they appeared human, but closer inspection revealed something far more horrifying: grotesque, biomechanical features fused with their flesh. Limbs bent at unnatural angles, skin stretched taut over metallic implants, and eyes glowed faintly with an alien light. These were no ordinary colonists. They were something else entirely: mutated, corrupted, and utterly unrecognizable. Reyes reacted instinctively, her training kicking in as she raised her weapon and fired. The crack of gunfire reverberated through the corridor, but the creatures didn't falter. Bullets ricocheted off their biomechanical armor, leaving only faint scorch marks. Panic surged through the team as the realization set in they were outmatched. The creatures moved with terrifying speed, their movements jerky yet unnervingly precise. One of them lunged forward, its clawed hand slashing through the air, narrowly missing Reyes as she dove to the side. "Fall back," she shouted, her voice sharp and commanding. The team retreated, their footsteps pounding against the metal floor as the creatures gave chase. The corridor seemed to stretch endlessly, every turn leading them deeper into the heart of the colony. The walls closed in around them, the oppressive atmosphere amplifying their fear. Each breath felt heavier, each step more desperate. Reyes glanced over her shoulder, her heart racing as she caught glimpses of the creatures gaining ground. Their guttural growls echoed behind them, a chilling reminder of the danger closing in. The team stumbled into a larger chamber, its walls lined with rusted machinery and flickering lights. Reyes scanned the room, searching for any advantage, a weapon, a barricade, anything that could buy them time. But the chamber offered no refuge, only more shadows for the creatures to emerge from. One of her teammates, a young engineer named Carter, tripped over a loose panel, his cry of pain drawing the attention of the nearest creature. Reyes turned just in time to see the monstrosity lunging toward him, its metallic claws glinting in the dim light. Without hesitation, she fired another volley of shots, this time aiming for the creature's glowing eyes. The round struck true, and the creature recoiled, letting out a guttural screech that sent shivers down her spine. But it wasn't enough. The creature shook off the attack, its glowing eyes narrowing as it turned its attention to Reyes. She braced herself, her grip tightening on her weapon, but the creature hesitated as if it was studying her, weighing its next move. "This way," someone shouted, snapping Reyes out of the moment. She turned to see another teammate, Vargas, gesturing toward a narrow maintenance corridor. It was a tight squeeze, but it might just give them the distance they needed. The team scrambled toward the opening, Reyes covering their retreat with another burst of gunfire. The creatures snarled in frustration, their distorted voices a haunting blend of human and machine. As the team disappeared into the corridor, Reyes couldn't shake the feeling that they were being herded, like prey being driven deeper into a trap. The thought sent a chill down her spine, but there was no time to dwell on it. They had to keep moving, had to find a way to survive. The corridor twisted and turned, leading them further into the unknown. The air grew colder, the walls damp with condensation. Every sound, every creak, every drip felt like a taunt, a reminder of their vulnerability. Reyes glanced at her team, their faces pale and etched with fear. They were exhausted, their movements growing sluggish, but they couldn't afford to stop, not now, not when the creatures were still out there, waiting, hunting. She tightened her grip on her weapon, her mind racing as she tried to formulate a plan. They needed a way to fight back to turn the tide, but for now, survival was the only goal. The corridor opened into another chamber, this one larger and more foreboding than the last. The team hesitated at the threshold, their eyes scanning the room for any sign of danger. Reyes stepped forward, her instinct screaming at her to stay alert. The chamber was filled with strange, pulsating machinery, its rhythmic hum filling the air. And in the center of it all, something loomed, a massive, vaguely humanoid figure, its form shrouded in shadow. Reyes felt a knot of dread form in her stomach. Whatever this was, it wasn't like the others, and it was watching them. Kane and the first team moved cautiously across the desolate landscape, their boots crunching against the brittle, frost-covered ground. The air was thick with tension, each step carrying them closer to the Erebus, their only lifeline in this hostile environment. But as they approached the ship, something was wrong, terribly wrong. The growths they had first encountered deep within the colony had spread, their grotesque tendrils now reaching the surface, coiling around the Erebus like a predator ensnaring its prey. The once pristine hull of the ship was now a mass of pulsating, organic material, its metallic surface obscured beneath layers of alien biomass. Kane raised a gloved hand, signaling the team to halt. His breath fogged the inside of his helmet as he scanned the scene, his mind racing. This wasn't here before, he muttered, his voice tense. The growth seemed to react faintly to their presence, twitching as if alive. One of the team members, a young engineer named Ree, took a step forward, her hand hovering over the scanner on her belt. "We could try to cut through," she suggested, though her voice betrayed her uncertainty. Kane shook his head. "Not without risking whatever that stuff is. If it gets inside the ship, we're done for." He reached for the comms unit on his wrist, his fingers trembling slightly as he adjusted the frequency. "This is Kane to Erebus, do you copy?" Static crackled in response, a harsh, unrelenting white noise that sent a chill down his spine. He tried again, his voice firmer this time. "Erebus, this is Kane. Respond immediately." Nothing. Ree exchanged a worried glance with the rest of the team. The silence from the ship was deafening, a stark reminder of how isolated they truly were. Kane clenched his jaw, muttering under his breath, "We're cut off." The words hung in the air, heavy with implication. The Erebus was more than just a ship. It was their escape, their only connection to the world beyond this frozen wasteland. Without it, they were stranded, left to face whatever horrors the colony and the growths had in store for them. The team stood in uneasy silence, the weight of their predicament settling over them like a suffocating blanket. Kane's mind raced, trying to piece together their next move. They couldn't stay here, exposed and vulnerable, but going back into the colony meant facing the unknown dangers that lurked within. Ree broke the silence, her voice steady but laced with urgency. "What do we do now?" Kane took a deep breath, his eyes fixed on the Erebus and the growths that had claimed it. "We find another way," he said finally, his tone resolute. "There has to be another way back inside, somewhere the growths haven't reached. We'll regroup, figure this out, and get to the ship no matter what it takes." But as they turned away from the Erebus, the growth seemed to pulse faintly, as if mocking their efforts. The team moved cautiously, their steps measured and deliberate, every shadow and sound a potential threat. The colony loomed ahead, its dark, jagged silhouette a reminder of the mysteries and horrors that awaited them. Kane glanced back one last time at the Erebus, his jaw tightening. They were on their own now, and the stakes had never been higher. The air grew heavy as the second team moved deeper into the labyrinthine corridors of the forgotten colony. The walls, once cold and metallic, now seemed to thrum faintly, as if alive. A faint, rhythmic pulse echoed through the passageways, growing louder with every step. It wasn't just sound, it was a vibration, a heartbeat resonating through the very structure of the colony. The team exchanged uneasy glances, their flashlights cutting through the dim light to reveal walls slick with an oily sheen, veins of bioluminescent material coursing through them like arteries. Something was very, very wrong. At last they reached a massive chamber, its entrance sealed by a grotesque membrane that stretched and flexed as though breathing. Teller, the team's lead scientist, hesitated for only a moment before slicing through it with a vibroblade. The membrane split with a wet, tearing sound, and the team stepped inside. What they found was beyond anything they could have imagined. The chamber was vast, its ceiling lost in shadow, but the floor was alive. Organic machinery pulsed and writhed, a network of tendrils and nodes that glowed faintly with an otherworldly light. Towering structures that resembled organs loomed in the distance, their surfaces rippling as if responding to some unseen force. The air was thick with the scent of decay and something else, something metallic, almost electric. Teller's voice was barely a whisper as he scanned the chamber. "This isn't just machinery, it's alive, it's all alive." His words hung in the air, heavy with implication. The team moved cautiously, their boots squelching against the fleshy floor. Every step seemed to provoke a reaction, a twitch, a shudder, a faint hum that reverberated through the chamber. As they ventured further, Teller's eyes widened in horror. Embedded in the walls were shapes, humanoid figures, their bodies fused with the organic mass. Some were still recognizable, their faces frozen in expressions of terror or despair. Others were little more than skeletal husks, consumed by whatever force had taken hold of the colony. Teller's hand trembled as he reached out to touch one of the figures, only to pull back as the surface rippled beneath his fingers. "It's not just using the colony," he said, his voice hollow. "It's using them, the colonists, they're part of it now. This thing, this organism, it's assimilated everything, the colony, the people, it's all one." The realization hit the team like a blow. This wasn't just an infection or a takeover. The colony had become something else entirely, a single, unified entity, a living organism that had consumed its hosts and repurposed them into its own twisted design. The whispers they'd heard earlier, the faint voices that seemed to echo through the corridors, weren't just echoes of the past. They were the voices of the colonists, their consciousnesses trapped within the hive mind of this monstrous entity. One of the team members, a young engineer named Kira, stumbled back, her face pale. What do we do? How do you fight something like this?" Teller shook his head, his expression grim. "I don't know, but if this thing is using the colony as a host, it's not just here, it's growing, spreading, and if it gets out," he didn't need to finish the sentence. The implications were clear. The team stood in silence, the weight of their discovery pressing down on them. The chamber pulsed rhythmically around them, a constant reminder of the living, breathing nightmare they now faced. For the first time, they understood the true horror of the forgotten colony, not just what had happened here, but what it had become. And as the walls seemed to close in around them, they realized that escaping this place might be the least of their worries. The question now was whether they could stop the organism before it consumed them too. "Doctor," Voss stumbled through the dimly lit corridors of the underground facility, her breath shallow and uneven. The faint hum of machinery echoed around her, a constant reminder of the colony's hidden technological prowess. Her flashlight flickered as she approached a recessed alcove, its beam catching the glint of a dusty data terminal embedded in the wall. The screen, though cracked and smeared with grime, still pulsed faintly with life. She hesitated for a moment, her hand hovering over the interface. Something about this place felt alive, not just in the sense of machinery, but as if the very walls were watching her. She wiped the dust from the screen, her fingers trembling as she activated the terminal. Symbols and text began to scroll across the display, a mix of human and alien script. The system was old, but it still functioned barely. As she navigated through the logs, her eyes widened in disbelief. The entries weren't just records of experiments or colony operations. They were something far more sinister. The logs detailed decades of interactions between the colonists and the alien organism. At first, it had seemed like a simple parasite feeding on the colonists and using their bodies as hosts. But as Dr. Voss scrolled further, the truth became horrifyingly clear. The organism wasn't just consuming them, it was observing them, learning from them. Every thought, every memory, every decision made by the colonists had been catalogued, analyzed, and absorbed. The creature was sentient. More than that, it was intelligent, and it had been manipulating them all along. Her mind raced back to the early days of the colony, the unexplained accidents, the strange behavior of certain colonists, the whispers of paranoia that had spread like a plague. It all made sense now. The organism had been playing a long game, using the colonists as pawns in its own survival. It wasn't just a mindless predator, it was a strategist, a manipulator. Dr. Voss's voice trembled as she muttered to herself, half in disbelief, half in horror. "It's not just consuming them, it's learning from them." The words hung in the air, heavy with implication. If the organism had been studying the colonists for decades, what did it know now? How far had its influence spread? And more importantly, how could they hope to fight something that understood them better than they understood themselves? She quickly downloaded the data onto her portable drive, her fingers fumbling in her haste. The terminal flickered as if sensing her intrusion, and the room seemed to grow colder. She couldn't shake the feeling that she was being watched. The shadows at the edges of her vision seemed to shift and writhe, taunting her with their presence. She glanced over her shoulder, half expecting to see the creature looming behind her, but there was nothing, just the endless, oppressive darkness of the facility. As she turned to leave, a sudden noise made her freeze. It was faint, almost imperceptible, but unmistakable, a low, guttural clicking, like the sound of bones cracking. Her breath caught in her throat as she realized the truth. The organism wasn't just in the colonists, it was in the facility itself. The walls, the machinery, the very air, it was all part of its network. And now it knew she was here. Dr. Voss bolted down the corridor, her heart pounding in her chest. The data in her drive was the only hope they had left, but she wasn't sure it would be enough. How do you fight an enemy that knows your every move before you make it? How do you outthink something that has spent decades studying you, learning your weaknesses, your fears, your desires? The facility seemed to close in around her as she ran, the clicking sound growing louder with every step. She could feel the organism's presence, a suffocating weight pressing down on her. It wasn't just a physical threat, it was psychological. It knew how to break her, how to make her doubt herself. And in that moment, Dr. Voss realized the true horror of their situation. The organism wasn't just an alien invader. It was a reflection of their own worst instincts, their own fears, twisted and weaponized against them. As she reached the exit, she paused for a moment, her hand resting on the door. The clicking had stopped, replaced by an eerie silence, but she knew it wasn't over. The organism was waiting, biding its time, and it would be back. With a final glance over her shoulder, Dr. Voss stepped into the light, clutching the data drive like a lifeline. She had uncovered the truth, but the fight was far from over. The colony's survival and perhaps humanity's depended on what she did next. The air in the storage room was thick with tension, the faint hum of the failing lights flickering overhead. The first team had barely made it inside before the door slammed shut behind them, the sound of guttural snarls and scraping claws echoing just outside. The mutated colonists, once ordinary people, now twisted into grotesque forms pressed against the reinforced door, their deformed fingers clawing at the seams. The team exchanged panicked glances, their breaths shallow as they scrambled to secure the barricades. Crates were dragged across the floor, heavy equipment stacked against the door as the pounding grew louder, more desperate. Kane, the team leader, pressed his back against the wall, his radio clutched tightly in his hand. Static crackled as he adjusted the frequency, his voice low but urgent. "Second team, do you copy? We're under attack, need immediate backup. Over." The response wasn't what he expected. Instead of a clear reply, the radio spat out a distorted voice, almost mechanical in its tone. "Join us," it hissed, the words repeating over and over like a broken record. Kane's hand trembled as he tried again, but the same phrase came through, louder this time, more insistent. "Join us, join us, join us." The team froze, the weight of the words sinking in. It wasn't just a malfunction, it was a message, and it sent a chill down their spines. The voice didn't sound human, but it carried an eerie familiarity, as if whatever had taken over the colonists was reaching out to them too. One of the team members, a young engineer named Mara, broke the silence. "What happened to them? What if it's contagious?" Her voice wavered, her fear palpable. Kane shook his head, trying to steady his own nerves. "We don't know what we're dealing with yet, but we're not joining anything. We need to hold this position until we can figure out our next move." Outside, the mutated colonists began to retreat, their footsteps fading into the distance. But the silence that followed was almost worse. The team knew it wasn't over. It couldn't be. The distorted voice on the radio had made that clear. Whatever had transformed the colonists, it wasn't content to let them go. It wanted them, and it wouldn't stop until they were a part of whatever nightmare had taken hold of the colony. Kane glanced at the others, their faces pale but determined. "We need to find a way out of here," he said, his voice firm despite the fear gnawing at him. "But we can't go back the way we came, not with them out there." Mara nodded, her eyes scanning the room. "There's got to be another exit. This is a storage facility. There's bound to be maintenance tunnels or ventilation shafts we can use." The team began to search, their movements quick but deliberate. They didn't have much time, and every second counted. As they worked, the radio crackled again, the distorted voice returning with a new message. "You cannot escape, join us." Kane clenched his jaw, silencing the device with a sharp twist of the knob. He couldn't afford to let the voice get into their heads. Not now, not when they were so close to finding a way out. But as they pried open a hidden panel in the wall, revealing a narrow tunnel, the question lingered in the air, unspoken but undeniable. What if the voice was right? What if there was no escape? The team hesitated for a moment, the weight of their situation pressing down on them. Then, with a shared nod, they began to crawl into the tunnel, their flashlights cutting through the darkness. They didn't know what lay ahead, but they knew one thing for certain. Staying in the storage room wasn't an option. The colony had changed, and so had the rules of survival. All they could do was keep moving, hoping that somewhere, somehow, they'd find a way to fight back against the nightmare that had consumed their home. The air inside the chamber grew heavy, thick with the scent of decay and something metallic like rusted iron. Reyes and her team moved quickly, their boots crunching over the strange, fibrous material that coated the floor. The organic machinery pulsed faintly, its veins glowing a sickly green as if it were alive, and perhaps it was. The team had their orders: destroy it no matter the cost. But as they planted the charges, the chamber seemed to react, as though the structure itself were aware of their presence. Reyes tightened her grip on the detonator, her voice steady but urgent. "Set the timers for 2 minutes. We'll have just enough time to get clear." The team worked in silence, their movements precise, but the tension was palpable. Every second felt like an eternity, every breath a gamble. Then, without warning, the chamber groaned, a deep, guttural sound that reverberated through the walls. The ground beneath them shuddered, and cracks began to spiderweb across the ceiling. Reyes froze for a split second, her instinct screaming at her to act. "Move," she barked, her voice cutting through the chaos. The team scrambled, but it was already too late. The walls began to shift, folding inward like the closing jaws of some massive beast. The organic machinery pulsed brighter, its veins thrumming with energy as if it were feeding off the destruction. Reyes glanced at the detonator in her hand, then back at the collapsing chamber. They were running out of time. "Abandon the charges," she shouted, her voice barely audible over the deafening crunch of collapsing walls. "We need to get out of here now." The team hesitated, their training conflicting with their instinct to survive. But Reyes didn't wait for them to decide. She grabbed the nearest team member and shoved them toward the exit, her eyes darting to the narrowing gap in the chamber's entrance. The air grew hotter, the walls closing in faster now. The machinery's glow intensified, casting eerie shadows that danced across the collapsing structure. Reyes could feel the pressure building, the weight of the chamber pressing down on them as they ran. Her mind raced. What if the explosion triggered something worse? What if the machinery wasn't just a weapon but a living entity, and they were only making it angrier? The exit was just ahead, but the gap was shrinking fast. Reyes pushed her team forward, her heart pounding in her chest. She could hear the machinery behind them, its pulse quickening, as if it were counting down to something catastrophic. The walls were so close now that she could feel the heat radiating off them, the air thick with the scent of burning organic matter. As the last of the team squeezed through the gap, Reyes turned back for a final look. The chamber was collapsing in on itself, the machinery's glow now blinding. She pressed the detonator, the countdown already ticking away in her mind. There was no time to think, no time to second guess. She dove through the narrowing gap just as the charges ignited, the explosion tearing through the chamber with a deafening roar. The force of the blast sent her sprawling, the heat searing her skin even through her suit. She rolled to her feet, coughing as the dust and smoke filled the corridor. The team was safe for now, but as she looked back at the collapsed chamber, Reyes couldn't shake the feeling that they had only scratched the surface of what they were dealing with. The machinery was gone, but the colony's secrets were far from uncovered, and whatever was lurking in the shadows, it wasn't done with them yet. The air in the cavern grew thick with tension as the team pressed forward, their flashlights casting jagged shadows against the rough, uneven walls. The faint hum of the colony's failing systems echoed around them, a constant reminder of the danger they were in. Then, just as hope seemed to flicker like a dying flame, they found it a narrow, hidden passage carved into the rock, its entrance obscured by years of debris and neglect. A surge of relief washed over them, but it was short-lived. Behind them, the guttural snarls of the mutated colonists grew louder, closer. They were coming. Fast, Kane, the team's seasoned survivalist, stepped forward, his face set in grim determination. "This is it," he said, his voice steady despite the chaos closing in. "The passage leads back to the surface. Go, now." His words were met with hesitation, the team reluctant to leave him behind, but Kane was already moving, shoving them toward the passage with a firm urgency. "I'll hold them off," he insisted, his tone leaving no room for argument. "Just go, I'll buy you time." The team hesitated, torn between survival and loyalty. But the sounds of splintering metal and guttural growls forced their hand. They plunged into the passage, their footsteps echoing as they ran, each one a reminder of the sacrifice being made behind them. Kane turned to face the horde, his weapon raised, his breathing steady. He knew what was coming, he had always known. The mutated colonists emerged from the shadows, their twisted forms a grotesque reminder of what had once been human. Kane stood his ground, his voice rising above the cacophony. "Go," he yelled again, his command cutting through the chaos. "I'll buy you time." The team ran, their hearts pounding in their chests as the sounds of battle echoed behind them. Kane's sacrifice was not in vain. He fought with everything he had, his movements precise and deliberate, buying precious seconds for his team to escape. Each shot fired, each strike landed, was a testament to his resolve. But the horde was relentless, their numbers overwhelming. Kane's last stand was a blur of motion and sound, a final act of defiance against the horrors that had consumed the colony. As the team reached the surface, the weight of what had just happened settled over them. They had escaped, but the cost was immeasurable. Kane's voice echoed in their minds, a haunting reminder of the bravery that had given them a chance. They stood there under the cold light of the stars, their breaths ragged, their thoughts racing. The hidden passage, once a beacon of hope, now felt like a gateway to loss. But they couldn't stop, not yet. Kane had bought them time, and they couldn't waste it. The surface was no longer a sanctuary. It was just another battlefield in a war they were only beginning to understand. The second team scrambled through the narrow passageway, their boots slamming against the metal floor as the chamber behind them groaned and shuddered. Sparks rained down from the ceiling, and the walls seemed to close in, threatening to trap them forever. Reyes led the charge, her voice sharp and urgent, urging everyone to move faster. Behind her, Teller stumbled, clutching his side. Blood seeped through his fingers, dark and glistening under the flickering emergency lights. His face was pale, his breathing ragged, but he forced himself to keep pace with the others. As they rounded a corner, the sound of collapsing metal echoed through the corridor, a deafening reminder of how close they'd come to being buried alive. Reyes glanced back, her eyes narrowing as she took in Teller's condition. "We need to find a safe spot to regroup," she said, her tone firm but laced with concern. "But we can't stop here, not yet," Teller grimaced, his hand pressing harder against his wound. "I'm fine," he muttered, though the strain in his voice betrayed him. His steps faltered, and for a moment it looked like he might collapse. Reyes moved to his side, gripping his arm to steady him. "You're not fine," she shot back. "You're bleeding, and we don't know what's down here. We need to keep moving." The team pressed on, the air growing colder and heavier with each step. The walls seemed to pulse faintly, a strange, organic rhythm that made their skin crawl. Teller's breathing became more labored, his movements sluggish. He leaned heavily against the wall, his fingers brushing against something wet and slimy. He pulled his hand back, staring at the blackish residue clinging to his gloves. "What the hell is this?" he whispered, his voice trembling. Reyes turned back, her flashlight beam catching the strange substance. "Don't touch it," she warned, though it was too late. Teller's eyes widened as he felt a burning sensation spreading up his arm. He tried to wipe it off, but the substance seemed to cling tighter, almost as if it were alive. "Reyes," he started, his voice barely above a whisper. "Something's wrong." Reyes hesitated, torn between the need to keep moving and the realization that Teller was in serious trouble. She stepped closer, her flashlight illuminating his face. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and his eyes had taken on a glassy, unfocused quality. "Teller, talk to me," she said, her voice steady but urgent. "What's going on?" He shook his head, his breaths coming in shallow gasps. It's already inside me," he mumbled, his voice barely audible. Reyes froze, her mind racing. She'd seen enough in this forsaken colony to know that whatever this was, it wasn't just an infection. It was something far worse. The rest of the team exchanged uneasy glances, the weight of Teller's words sinking in. Reyes straightened, her jaw tightening as she made a decision. "We keep moving," she said firmly. "We'll find a way to help him, but we can't stop here." "Not with whatever's chasing us," Teller nodded weakly, though it was clear he was barely holding on. Reyes took his arm again, supporting him as they continued down the corridor. The air grew thicker, the walls more twisted and alien. The team moved in silence, each step feeling heavier than the last. Teller's condition worsened with every passing minute, his skin growing pale and clammy, his movements more erratic. As they pressed forward, Teller began to mutter under his breath, his words disjointed and feverish. "It's in my head, it's talking to me." Reyes glanced at him, her grip tightening. "Stay with me, Teller," she ordered, though her voice betrayed a flicker of fear. "We're going to get through this," but deep down she wasn't sure if that was true. Whatever had infected Teller wasn't just physical, it was something that burrowed into the mind, something that couldn't be fought with bandages or medicine. And as the corridor stretched on, darker and more foreboding with every step, Reyes couldn't shake the feeling that they were running out of time. The first team stepped cautiously onto the surface of the alien world, their boots crunching against the strange, crystalline soil. The air was thick with an eerie silence, broken only by the faint hum of their equipment. Ahead, the Erebus loomed, its once pristine hull now a grotesque sight. The ship was encased in a web of pulsating, organic growths that seemed to pulse with a faint, sickly glow. Tendrils of the alien organism snaked across the metal, weaving themselves into the ship's structure as if it were feeding, or worse, merging with it. Dr. Voss, her voice tight with urgency, broke the silence. "This isn't just growth, it's assimilation. That thing is trying to take over the Erebus. If it gets on board, we're all dead." Her words hung in the air like a death sentence. The team froze, their eyes scanning the horrific scene. The organism wasn't just invasive, it was intelligent, adapting to the ship's systems, probing for weaknesses. It moved with a purpose that sent chills down their spines. The growths were unlike anything they had ever seen. They seemed to shift and writhe as if alive, their surfaces glistening with a viscous, oily sheen. Occasionally, a ripple would pass through the mass as though the organism were communicating with itself. The tendrils extended toward the team, almost as if testing the distance, probing for a new host. One of the team members, a young engineer named Carter, took a step back, his hand instinctively reaching for the weapon at his side. "What the hell is this thing?" He muttered, his voice trembling. Voss shook her head, her eyes never leaving the ship. "We don't have time to figure it out. If it breaches the hull, it'll infiltrate the life support systems, the engines, everything. It could take control of the entire ship in hours." She turned to the team, her expression grim. "We need to contain this, and fast, but we can't risk getting too close. One wrong move and we could become part of it." The gravity of the situation was undeniable. The Erebus was their only way home, their only refuge in this hostile environment. If it fell, so did they. The team began to strategize, their voices low and urgent. They needed a way to stop the organism without triggering a catastrophic reaction. Cutting it away seemed impossible. The tendrils were too numerous, too deeply embedded. Burning it risked damaging the ship's critical systems, and if they used chemicals, there was no guarantee the organism wouldn't adapt and retaliate. As they debated, the growths continued their relentless advance. A faint sound reached their ears, a low, rhythmic thrumming that seemed to emanate from the ship itself. It was almost as if the Erebus were alive, groaning under the weight of the alien infestation. The team exchanged uneasy glances. They were running out of time. Voss, ever the pragmatist, made the call. "We need to isolate the affected areas. If we can seal off the ship's external systems, we might be able to slow it down. But it's going to be dangerous. One slip and we're done." The team nodded, their resolve hardening. They had no choice but to act. As they moved closer to the ship, the tendrils seemed to sense their presence, reaching out with a disturbing, almost predatory intent. The air grew heavier, the tension palpable. Each step felt like a gamble, a dance on the edge of disaster. The fate of the Erebus and everyone aboard hung in the balance. The second team moved cautiously through the crumbling ruins, their footsteps echoing softly against the ancient stone. The air was thick with tension, every shadow threatening to conceal another one of the infected. Just as they rounded a corner, a faint rustling sound caught their attention. Weapons raised, they froze, only to be met with a whisper from the darkness. "We're not infected," a voice called out, trembling but firm. Slowly, a group of colonists emerged from the shadows, their faces gaunt but their eyes sharp with survival. These were the uninfected, those who had managed to evade the organism's relentless spread. They had been hiding in the ruins for weeks, scavenging for supplies and staying one step ahead of the creatures that now roamed the colony. Their leader, a woman named Dr. Elina Voss, stepped forward. Her voice carried the weight of someone who had seen too much but refused to give up. "We've been watching you," she said. "We know what you're up against, and we might have a way to fight back." The team listened intently as Dr. Voss explained their discovery. The organism, she said, wasn't invincible. It had a central core, a pulsating, bioluminescent mass hidden deep within the colony's infrastructure. This core was the source of its power, the hub from which it controlled the infected and spread its influence. "Destroy the core," she urged, "and you weaken it, maybe even stop it altogether." But there was a catch. The core wasn't just sitting out in the open. It was heavily guarded, surrounded by the most aggressive and mutated forms of the infected. These creatures were faster, stronger, and far more dangerous than anything the team had encountered so far. Dr. Voss's group had tried to get close once, but they had barely escaped with their lives. "It's like the organism knows," she said. "It protects its core at all costs." The team exchanged uneasy glances. This was the first real hope they'd had in days, but the path forward was fraught with peril. The core's location was deep within the colony's central hub, a place now overrun with the infected. Getting there would require navigating a labyrinth of collapsed corridors, avoiding detection, and facing off against the organism's most formidable defenders. Yet, despite the odds, the uninfected colonists were determined to help. They had been waiting for a chance to strike back, and now, with the team's arrival, they saw an opportunity. Together, they began to formulate a plan. The colonists knew the ruins better than anyone, and their knowledge of the colony's layout could prove invaluable. They suggested a route that would take the team through the least monitored areas, bypassing the worst of the infected. As the two groups worked together, a sense of cautious optimism began to take hold. For the first time since the outbreak, there was a glimmer of hope, not just for survival, but for reclaiming what had been lost. The core was the key, and though the road ahead was dangerous, it was a risk they were willing to take. The team prepared to move out, their resolve steeled by the knowledge that this was their best chance, and possibly their last. The uninfected colonists stayed behind to guard their refuge, but not before offering one final piece of advice. "The organism is cunning," Dr. Voss warned. "It adapts, it learns. Whatever you do, don't underestimate it." With those words ringing in their ears, the team set off into the ruins, their mission clear but their path uncertain. The core awaited, and with it the fate of the colony itself. As the team huddled in the dimly lit control room, the weight of their situation pressed down like the oppressive darkness of the void outside. Dr. Voss stood at the center, her face illuminated by the faint glow of the reactor schematics projected on the wall. Her voice was steady but carried an edge of urgency as she outlined the plan. "The Erebus's reactor is our only weapon," she began, her eyes scanning the faces of her team. "If we can overload it, even briefly, the resulting electromagnetic pulse could disrupt the organism's neural network. It might buy us enough time to escape, or at least cripple it long enough for reinforcements to arrive." The room fell silent, the gravity of her words sinking in. Overloading the reactor wasn't just risky, it was catastrophic. The reactor was the heart of the Erebus, and tampering with it could lead to an uncontrolled chain reaction. The ship could be torn apart, or worse, the explosion could draw even more of the organism's attention. But as Voss pointed out, they were out of options. The creature had already breached multiple sectors of the ship, and its tendrils were spreading faster than they could contain them. "This isn't just about survival anymore," she said, her voice firm. "It's about making sure this thing doesn't reach Earth. If we don't act now, there won't be a home to return to." The team exchanged uneasy glances. They knew the stakes, but the idea of deliberately sabotaging their own ship felt like a betrayal of everything they'd worked for. Still, there was no denying the logic. The organism's adaptability was terrifying. It had already evolved to resist every weapon and countermeasure they'd thrown at it. An EMP pulse, though, was different. It wasn't a physical attack, it was a disruption of the very energy fields the creature seemed to rely on. "We've seen how it reacts to electrical surges," Voss continued, pulling up data from their earlier encounters. "It retreats, if only temporarily. A full-scale EMP could destabilize its entire network, at least for a while, but the plan came with a grim caveat. This isn't a simple flip of a switch, Voss admitted, her tone somber. We'll need to manually override the reactor's safety protocols, and that means sending someone into the core. The radiation levels there are lethal. No suit can protect you for long, and even if we succeed, the overload could trigger a meltdown. Whoever goes in, they won't be coming back. The room was heavy with silence. No one wanted to voice the obvious question: who would volunteer for a mission that was essentially a death sentence? Yet, one by one, the team members stepped forward. Their faces were grim but resolute. They knew what was at stake. "It's a suicide mission," Voss said quietly, her voice breaking for the first time. "But it's our only chance." As the team began to prepare, the sense of dread was palpable, but so was the determination. They weren't just fighting for their lives anymore, they were fighting for the future. For Earth, for the billions of people who had no idea what was lurking in the darkness, waiting for its chance to strike. And as Voss looked at her team, she felt a surge of pride. They were scared, yes, but they were also brave, and in the face of the unknown, that bravery might just be enough to tip the scales in their favor. The air inside the abandoned colony was thick with tension, a palpable weight pressing down on the small team as they moved cautiously through the dimly lit corridors. The second team, led by Reyes, was now preparing to infiltrate the central core, a mission critical to their survival. The metallic walls around them hummed faintly, a reminder of the dormant systems that could reactivate at any moment. Every step felt precarious, every shadow a potential threat, but the real danger wasn't just outside, it was among them. Teller, once the group's most reliable engineer, was struggling to keep up. His face was pale, drenched in sweat, and his breathing had become labored. Whatever had infected him during their earlier encounter was spreading rapidly, and his strength was fading fast. Reyes glanced back at him, her expression a mix of concern and determination. She knew they couldn't afford to slow down, but she also couldn't bring herself to leave him behind. Teller, sensing her hesitation, grabbed her arm weakly, his voice trembling as he spoke. "Reyes, you have to go on without me. I'm slowing you down. If you don't get to the core, none of us are getting out of here alive." His words were laced with desperation, a plea born of selflessness, but Reyes shook her head firmly, her grip tightening on his arm. "We're not leaving anyone behind," she said, her voice steady despite the chaos around them. "We're getting out of here together. That's the only way this ends." The team pressed forward, their movements synchronized but strained. The central core loomed ahead, a massive structure pulsating with faint, eerie light. It was the heart of the colony's automated systems, the key to shutting down whatever was hunting them. But getting there meant navigating a labyrinth of security protocols, malfunctioning doors, and the ever-present threat of the colony's defenses. Reyes took point, her training kicking in as she scanned for traps and potential hazards. Behind her, Teller stumbled, his legs giving out as he collapsed against the wall. The sound of his fall echoed through the corridor, a stark reminder of how precarious their situation had become. Reyes knelt beside him, her hands moving quickly to assess his condition. His skin was cold, his pulse erratic. Whatever was inside him was spreading faster than they had anticipated. Teller looked up at her, his eyes filled with a mixture of fear and resignation. "You can't save me," he whispered, "but you can save the others. Go, please." Reyes clenched her jaw, her resolve hardening. "I'm not losing anyone else," she said, her voice low but fierce. "Not today, not ever." She slung his arm over her shoulder, hoisting him up with a strength that belied her slender frame. The rest of the team formed a protective circle around them, their weapons drawn and eyes scanning for threats. As they moved closer to the core, the atmosphere grew heavier, the air crackling with static. The colony seemed to sense their presence, the walls vibrating faintly as if alive. Reyes could feel the weight of responsibility pressing down on her, but she refused to let it break her. She had made a promise to Teller, to the team, to herself. They would make it out together, no matter the cost. The central core was now just a few meters away, its massive doors sealed shut. Reyes set Teller down gently, her hands moving to the control panel as she began the delicate process of bypassing the security locks. The team stood ready, their backs to her, weapons trained on the shadows. Teller watched her work, his breathing shallow but his eyes filled with a quiet gratitude. "You're stubborn, you know that," he said, his voice barely audible. Reyes smirked faintly, her focus never wavering from the panel. "Takes one to know one," she replied. The doors hissed open, revealing the inner sanctum of the core, a vast chamber filled with towering machines and glowing consoles. But as they stepped inside, a low hum filled the air and the lights flickered ominously. Reyes tightened her grip on her weapon, her eyes narrowing as she scanned the room. "Stay close," she said, her voice carrying a note of warning. "This isn't over yet." The team moved deeper into the core, their footsteps echoing in the cavernous space. Teller leaned heavily on Reyes, his strength nearly gone, but his trust in her unwavering. Together, they would face whatever lay ahead, not as individuals, but as a team bound by loyalty and the unyielding belief that no one gets left behind. The first team moved cautiously through the darkened corridors of the colony, their flashlights cutting through the oppressive gloom. Every shadow seemed to writhe and shift, as if the walls themselves were alive. The mutated colonists, once human, now twisted by the alien organism, lunged at them from every angle. Their grotesque forms were a horrifying blend of flesh and fungal growths, their eyes hollow and unseeing, yet their movements were unnervingly precise. The team fought desperately, their weapons spitting fire as they carved a path back toward the Erebus. Each step felt like a battle against the very environment, the air thick with spores that clung to their suits and whispered of infection. The growths had spread further since they'd last passed through this section of the colony. What had once been clean, sterile hallways were now a labyrinth of pulsating tendrils and bulbous organic masses. The floor beneath their boots was slick with a strange, viscous fluid, and the walls seemed to breathe, expanding and contracting as if the ship itself had become a living entity. It was as though the organism was adapting, learning, and reshaping its surroundings to suit its needs. The team's progress slowed to a crawl as they hacked through the encroaching biomass, their breaths coming in ragged gasps. Time was running out. Finally, they reached the Erebus, but the sight that greeted them was anything but reassuring. The ship's hull, once a pristine barrier against the void of space, was now riddled with cracks and fissures. Thin, fibrous strands of the organism had worked their way into the metal, spreading like roots through soil. The team could hear faint creaks and groans as the ship's structural integrity began to fail. They had to act fast. The reactor room was their destination, but getting there would be no easy task. The organism had infiltrated the Erebus as well, its tendrils snaking through the corridors and wrapping around vital systems. The ship's once familiar layout was now a nightmarish maze of alien growths and malfunctioning machinery. As they pushed deeper into the ship, the team encountered more of the mutated colonists, their bodies twisted into grotesque forms that barely resembled humans. These creatures moved with a terrifying coordination, as if guided by a single, malevolent intelligence. The team fought with everything they had, but the numbers were overwhelming. Each step forward came at a cost, and the weight of their mission bore down on them like a crushing weight. They couldn't afford to fail, not with the fate of the colony, and perhaps the entire galaxy hanging in the balance. When they finally reached the reactor room, the sight that met their eyes was both awe-inspiring and horrifying. The reactor core pulsed with an eerie, otherworldly light, its energy feeding the alien organism that now surrounded it. The growths had spread to every surface, their tendrils weaving through the machinery like a living web. The team could feel the heat radiating from the core, a reminder of the immense power contained within. But as they approached, a sudden, deafening crack echoed through the room. The hull of the Erebus was beginning to give way, the organism's relentless assault finally breaching the ship's defenses. Time was no longer just running out, it was evaporating. The team knew what they had to do. The reactor was their only hope of stopping the organism, but it was also a ticking time bomb. If they couldn't contain the breach, the ship and everyone on board would be lost. The stakes had never been higher, and the line between survival and annihilation had never been thinner. As they prepared to make their final stand, the air grew heavier, the tension unbearable. The fight for the Erebus was far from over, and the cost of victory would be unimaginable. The second team moved cautiously through the dimly lit corridors of the abandoned colony, their footsteps echoing softly against the metallic walls. The air grew heavier the deeper they ventured, thick with the scent of decay and something. Alive ahead, the central core loomed like a grotesque cathedral, its walls pulsating faintly with an eerie, bioluminescent glow. Reyes, gripping the detonator tightly, exchanged a tense glance with the others. This was at the heart of the organism that had consumed everything they once knew. The core itself was a nightmarish sight, a massive, undulating mass of organic matter stretched from floor to ceiling, veins of sickly light coursing through its surface like blood through a living body. It seemed to breathe, expanding and contracting in a slow, deliberate rhythm. Reyes stepped forward, carefully placing the explosives at strategic points around the base of the structure. The rest of the team fanned out, weapons drawn, scanning the shadows for any sign of movement, but the organism was far from dormant. As the final explosive was set, the core shuddered violently, its surface rippling as though in pain. A low, guttural sound reverberated through the chamber, growing louder with every passing second. The team froze, their breath catching in their throats. Then, without warning, tendrils shot out from the walls, writhing and snapping like whips. Reyes barely had time to shout a warning before the room erupted into chaos. Fall back," he barked, firing his rifle at one of the tendrils as it lunged toward him. The team scrambled, their movements frantic as they tried to avoid the creature's relentless attacks. Bullets tore through the air, lighting up the chamber in brief flashes of muzzle fire. The tendrils were fast, their movements almost too quick to track, and the team found themselves pushed further and further into the chamber. Reyes' mind raced. They had to buy enough time for the explosives to detonate, but the organism's defenses were overwhelming. One of the team members, a young medic named Patel, screamed as a tendril wrapped around her leg, yanking her off her feet. Reyes lunged forward, hacking at the tendril with his combat knife until it released its grip. "Stay close," he shouted, pulling Patel to her feet. "We're not losing anyone else." The team regrouped, forming a tight circle as they fought to hold their ground. The core's glow intensified, its pulsations growing faster, more erratic. It was reacting to their presence, to the threat they posed. Reyes' eyes darted to the explosives. They were still intact, but he could see the tendrils creeping closer, probing for weaknesses. Time was running out. "Cover me," he yelled, sprinting toward the detonator. The rest of the team opened fire, creating a wall of bullets that forced the tendrils to recoil. Reyes reached the detonator, his fingers trembling as he input the activation code. The countdown began. 10 seconds. He turned, shouting for the team to retreat. But before they could move, the organism unleashed its final defense. The floor beneath them cracked open, revealing a pit of writhing, bioluminescent tendrils. "Jump," Reyes commanded, and they leaped across the gap, barely making it to the other side. The countdown hit 5 seconds. The team ran, their boots pounding against the metal floor as they raced toward the exit. Behind them, the core let out a deafening roar, its light blinding as it prepared to retaliate. 3 seconds, 2, 1. The explosion was deafening, a shockwave of heat and force that sent the team flying. Reyes hit the ground hard, his ears ringing as debris rained down around him. For a moment, there was only silence. Then, slowly, the light from the core faded, its pulsations ceasing as the organism let out one final guttural groan. Reyes pushed himself to his feet, coughing as the dust settled. Around him, the others began to stir, battered but alive. The core was gone, reduced to smoldering ruins. But as they stood there, catching their breath, a chilling thought crossed Ray's mind. Had they truly destroyed it, or had they only awakened something far worse? The colony's secrets were far from uncovered, and the fight for survival was far from over. The air inside the reactor chamber hummed with a low, ominous vibration as Dr. Voss stared at the console before her. Her fingers danced across the controls, inputting the final sequence to initiate the reactor overload. The display flashed a series of warnings, red lights blinking in rapid succession, but she ignored them, her focus razor sharp. Time was slipping away, and every second counted. "This has to work," she muttered under her breath, her voice barely audible over the rising whine of the reactor. As the reactor began its countdown, a sudden shift in the room's atmosphere made her pause. The walls themselves seemed to pulse faintly, as though alive. Shadows stretched unnaturally, and the faint sound of something wet and slithering reached her ears. She turned sharply, her flashlight beam cutting through the dim light, and what she saw made her blood run cold. The organism, the same alien entity that had been consuming the colony, was no longer confined to its earlier state. It was spreading, tendrils of black, glistening matter creeping along the walls, floor, and ceiling. Worse still, it was integrating itself into the ship's systems, its tendrils snaking into control panels and conduits as if it were merging with the very structure of the vessel. Dr. Voss's mind raced. The reactor overload was their last hope, a desperate gamble to destroy the organism before it could fully assimilate the ship and escape into the wider galaxy. But now, with the entity actively interfacing with the ship's systems, she realized the stakes were even higher. If it gained control, it could shut down the overload or, worse, turn the ship's defenses against the crew. She had to act fast. Grabbing the comms unit, she pressed the transmit button and shouted into the receiver, her voice urgent and edged with panic. "This is Voss. If anyone can hear me, you have 5 minutes. Get out of there. The organism's in the systems, it's taking over." Her words echoed through the empty corridors, a desperate plea to anyone still alive on the ship. She could only hope the second team had made it to the escape pods by now. The organism's advance was relentless. A nearby console sparked and hissed as the black tendrils enveloped it, the screens flickering with corrupted data streams. Dr. Voss backed away, clutching the comms unit tightly. Her mind flashed to the team she'd sent deeper into the ship, the team she'd promised to protect. 5 minutes, it wasn't enough, but it was all they had. The reactor's whine grew louder, the vibration intensifying until it felt like the entire ship was trembling. Dr. Voss knew she should leave, but something held her in place. If the organism compromised the reactor before the overload completed, the entire plan would fail. She had to buy time. Taking a deep breath, she moved to a secondary console, her hands trembling as she rerouted power to isolate the reactor from the rest of the ship. It was a risky move. If the organism breached the containment field, the reactor could destabilize prematurely, but it was the only way to ensure the overload would proceed as planned. As she worked, the organism seemed to sense her efforts. The tendrils surged forward, moving faster now, as if they were alive and aware of her presence. One lashed out, narrowly missing her arm as she ducked away. The room felt smaller, closing in around her as the entity's influence spread. She could feel it, an oppressive weight in the air, a presence that seemed to press against her mind. It was trying to communicate, but the sensation was overwhelming, a chaotic storm of alien thoughts that made her head throb. With a final keystroke, she completed the isolation protocol. The reactor's countdown continued uninterrupted, but the organism was closing in. She glanced at the timer, 4 minutes left. It was time to go. Grabbing her gear, she bolted for the door, the tendrils snapping at her heels. The corridor outside was eerily silent, the ship's lights flickering as the organism's influence spread. She ran, her breath coming in ragged gasps, her mind focused on one goal, reaching the escape pod before it was too late. Behind her, the reactor's whine reached a fever pitch, a deafening roar that seemed to shake the very fabric of the ship. The organism was everywhere now, its tendrils weaving through the walls, the floor, the ceiling. It was no longer just an invader, it was becoming the ship itself, and Dr. Voss knew with a cold certainty that if they didn't escape in the next few minutes, they never would. The moment the second team triggered the explosives, the air seemed to crackle with a mix of relief and dread. A deafening roar echoed through the cavernous space as the charges detonated, sending shockwaves rippling through the colony's infrastructure. The central core, the pulsating heart of the alien organism, convulsed violently, its once glowing veins dimmed, flickering erratically like a dying flame. The team watched in awe as the massive structure began to collapse in on itself, its once coordinated movements now reduced to chaotic, jerking spasms. It was a sight both terrifying and mesmerizing, a living, breathing entity brought to its knees by human ingenuity and desperation. But as the organism faltered, so too did the colony. The ground beneath their feet shuddered, and the walls groaned under the strain of the destabilizing core. Dust and debris rained down from above, filling the air with a choking haze. Cracks spiderwebbed across the reinforced steel walls, and sections of the ceiling began to give way, crashing down in a cacophony of twisted metal and shattered glass. The team scrambled to maintain their footing, their voices rising in alarm as the once sturdy corridors began to buckle and collapse around them. What had been a calculated risk now felt like a race against time, a desperate bid to escape the consequences of their own actions. The organism's collapse was not without resistance. Even as it disintegrated, it seemed to lash out in its final moments. Tendrils of bioluminescent matter flailed wildly, striking out at anything within reach. One of the team members narrowly avoided being ensnared by a thrashing appendage, diving to the side just as it shattered the ground where they had stood. The air grew thick with an acrid scent, a toxic byproduct of the organism's death throes. It was as if the creature itself was fighting to survive, unwilling to relinquish its hold on the colony it had claimed as its own. Amid the chaos, the team's leader barked orders, urging everyone to stay focused and move toward the extraction point, but the path ahead was far from clear. The colony's systems, long dependent on the organism's energy, were failing at an alarming rate. Emergency lights flickered on and off, casting eerie shadows that danced across the crumbling walls. Oxygen levels began to drop, and the temperature surged as the colony's climate control systems went offline. Each step forward felt like a gamble, with the floor beneath them threatening to give way at any moment. The team's progress was further hindered by the sheer scale of the destruction. Entire sections of the colony had been reduced to rubble, blocking their path and forcing them to take risky detours. At one point, they found themselves traversing a narrow catwalk suspended over a yawning chasm, the ground far below obscured by swirling clouds of dust and debris. The catwalk groaned under their weight, its supports straining against the relentless tremors. One misstep could mean a fatal plunge, and the team moved with agonizing precision, each member acutely aware of the stakes. As they pressed on, the psychological toll of their situation became increasingly apparent. The constant roar of collapsing structures, the suffocating atmosphere, and the ever-present threat of being crushed or consumed weighed heavily on their minds. Some began to question whether they would make it out alive, their voices tinged with a mixture of fear and exhaustion. Yet, despite the overwhelming odds, a glimmer of determination remained. They had come too far to give up now, and the thought of their comrades, those who had already sacrificed so much, spurred them forward. The collapse of the organism and the colony around it served as a grim reminder of the fragile balance between survival and destruction. What had begun as a mission to reclaim their home had escalated into a fight for their very lives. The team's actions had set off a chain reaction, one that threatened to consume everything in its path. And as they neared the extraction point, the question lingered in the air, unspoken but ever present. Had they truly succeeded, or had they merely traded one nightmare for another? As the reactor on the Erebus reached critical mass, the air itself seemed to hum with an electric tension. The first team, battered but alive, sprinted through the ship's labyrinthine corridors, their boots pounding against the metal deck. Behind them, the reactor's warning lights flashed a frantic red, casting jagged shadows that danced like specters on the walls. The countdown was nearing zero, and they had mere seconds to escape. The team burst through the airlock, tumbling into the relative safety of the colony's docking bay. As the heavy doors sealed shut behind them, the Erebus shuddered violently, its frame groaning under the strain of the overload. Then, with a blinding flash of light, the reactor detonated. The explosion sent a shockwave rippling through the colony, shaking the very foundations of the structure. But it wasn't just the physical impact that left everyone reeling. The detonation unleashed a massive electromagnetic pulse, a wave of energy that surged outward like a tidal wave. Lights flickered and died, consoles sparked and smoked, and the entire colony was plunged into an eerie, half-lit gloom. The EMP's effects were immediate and devastating, not just to the colony's systems, but to the alien organism that had been spreading like a plague. The growths, pulsing with an unnatural vitality moments before, began to shrivel and blacken. The tendrils that had crept along the walls and ceilings recoiled as if in pain, their luminescent glow fading into a sickly gray. The organism, seemingly impervious to conventional weapons, was now faltering under the EMP's assault. But this victory came at a cost. The colony, already teetering on the brink of collapse, was now in freefall. The EMP had fried critical systems, including life support and structural integrity. Alarms blared from every corner, their shrill tones echoing through the corridors. The air grew thin as oxygen levels dropped, and the walls groaned under the strain of the colony's failing infrastructure. It was a race against time, not just to escape, but to ensure that the organism didn't recover. The team regrouped in the docking bay, their faces etched with exhaustion and fear. They had bought themselves a brief reprieve, but the colony was coming apart around them. The organism, though weakened, wasn't completely eradicated. In the dim light, they could still see the faint twitch of dying tendrils, a reminder that their fight wasn't over. As they prepared to evacuate, the team faced a grim reality. The colony was lost. The EMP had done its job, but it had also sealed their fate. The once thriving outpost, a beacon of human ingenuity in the void of space, was now a tomb. And yet, amidst the chaos, there was a glimmer of hope. The organism's retreat suggested that it wasn't invincible, that it could be defeated even if the cost was high. The team moved quickly, their movements fueled by desperation and determination. They knew they couldn't stay, but they also knew they couldn't leave without ensuring the organism was truly neutralized. As they worked to secure their escape, the colony continued to crumble around them, a stark reminder of the fragile balance between survival and destruction in the unforgiving vastness of space. The Erebus was gone, the colony was falling, but the fight wasn't over. The team's escape was just the beginning of a larger battle, one that would test their resolve, their ingenuity, and their very humanity. And as they boarded their shuttle, the dying colony fading into the distance, they knew that the stakes had never been higher. The organism might have been weakened, but it was still out there waiting. And in the cold, dark expanse of space, there was no room for error. The air was thick with tension as the second team sprinted through the crumbling corridors of the colony, the walls groaning under the strain of structural collapse. Debris rained down from above, and the distant rumble of collapsing sections echoed like a death knell. Reyes led the way, her breath ragged, her mind racing faster than her feet. Behind her, Teller struggled to keep up, his labored breathing growing more erratic with each passing second. The infection had taken hold, its dark tendrils spreading through his veins, and the team could only watch as his condition deteriorated. Teller's movements became increasingly unsteady, his steps faltering as he clutched at the walls for support. His once sharp eyes now glazed over, flickering with a strange, unnatural light. The infection was rewriting him, turning him into something or someone else. Reyes glanced back, her heart sinking as she saw the change in him. She wanted to help, to do something, but the colony was coming apart around them, and every second counted. It happened in an instant. Teller let out a guttural roar, his body convulsing as the infection seized full control. His eyes locked onto Reyes, and in that moment she knew he was no longer the man she had fought beside. He lunged at her, his movements unnaturally swift, his hands clawing at the air. Reyes barely had time to react, diving to the side as Teller's fingers grazed her shoulder. The team scattered, the sound of gunfire and shouted orders filling the air. Reyes scrambled to her feet, her weapon trembling in her hands as she faced the thing that had once been Teller. His face was twisted into a grotesque mask of rage, his teeth bared in a snarl. She raised her weapon, her finger hovering over the trigger, but hesitated. This was Teller, her teammate, her friend, but the colony didn't care about friendship. The walls shook violently, a section of the ceiling collapsing just feet away, sending a cloud of dust and debris into the air. Teller lunged again, his movements jerky and predatory. Reyes fired, the shot catching him in the shoulder, but it barely slowed him down. He was on her in seconds, his hands closing around her throat. The world blurred as Reyes fought for air, her vision darkening at the edges. She could feel the infection radiating from him, a searing heat that seemed to burn through her skin. With the last of her strength, she brought her weapon up again, pressing it against his chest. The sound of the shot was deafening in the confined space, and Teller staggered back, his grip loosening. Reyes fell to her knees, gasping for breath, her hands trembling as she watched Teller collapse to the ground. His body twitched, his eyes wide and unseeing, and for a moment she thought she saw a flicker of the man he had been. Tears streamed down her face as she whispered, "I'm sorry." There was no time to mourn. The colony was collapsing around her, and the rest of the team was already moving, shouting for her to follow. Reyes forced herself to her feet, her legs unsteady, and with one last glance at Teller's lifeless body, she turned and ran. The corridors were a maze of destruction, their path blocked by fallen beams and shattered walls. Reyes' mind raced, her thoughts a chaotic storm of grief and survival. She could still feel the ghost of Teller's hands around her throat, the weight of what she had done pressing down on her chest. But there was no time to dwell on it. The colony was dying, and if they didn't make it out soon, they would die with it. As she ran, Reyes couldn't shake the image of Teller's face, the man he had been and the thing he had become. The infection didn't just kill, it twisted, corrupted, turned people into monsters. And now, with every step she took, Reyes couldn't help but wonder if the same fate awaited her. The team pushed forward, their movements frantic as they navigated the collapsing labyrinth. Reyes stayed close, her weapon at the ready, her eyes scanning the shadows for any sign of danger. The colony was a ticking time bomb, and they were running out of time. But even as they ran, Reyes couldn't shake the feeling that they were already too late. The infection was spreading, and the walls were closing in. The only question now was whether they would make it out before the colony, and the horrors within claimed them all. The tension in the air was palpable as the first team finally regrouped with the surviving colonists. Relief washed over them for just a moment, a fleeting sense of safety amidst the chaos. But that relief was short-lived. As they began to exchange stories of their harrowing encounters, a low, pulsating hum echoed through the colony's underground corridors. It was faint at first, almost imperceptible, but it grew louder with each passing second. Dr. Voss, her face pale and her hands trembling slightly, turned toward the source of the sound. Her voice cut through the murmurs of the group, sharp and urgent. "Listen," she said, her tone heavy with dread. "It's not dead, it's adapting." The words sent a chill through everyone present. The organism, the monstrous entity that had nearly wiped them out, wasn't just alive. It was evolving. The EMP blast they had used to incapacitate it had only been a temporary solution. The team had hoped it would buy them enough time to regroup, to plan their next move. But now it was clear the organism had other plans. Its central core, once thought to be destroyed, was regenerating. The faint hum was the sound of its systems coming back online, stronger and more resilient than before. Dr. Voss hurried to a nearby console, her fingers flying across the interface as she pulled up data streams. The screens flickered with erratic patterns, showing the organism's bioelectric activity spiking in irregular waves. "Look at this," she said, pointing to the screen. Its neural network is rewiring itself. It's not just repairing damage, it's improving. The EMP disrupted its systems, but it's learning from the attack. Adapting to it. If we don't act quickly, it's going to become unstoppable. The colonists exchanged uneasy glances. Many of them had already witnessed the organism's terrifying capabilities firsthand. Its tendrils had snaked through the colony's infrastructure, infiltrating ventilation systems, power grids, and even the personal quarters of those who had thought themselves safe. It was relentless, patient, and now it was smarter. One survivor, a mechanic named Jerk, stepped forward, his voice shaky but determined. "What do we do now? If it's adapting, how do we fight something that learns from every move we make?" Dr. Voss hesitated, her mind racing through possibilities. "We need to understand it better," she said finally. "We have to find its weaknesses, not just its physical vulnerabilities, but the patterns in its behavior. It's not just a mindless predator, it's calculating, strategic. That means it has limits, it has to. We just need to figure out what they are before it's too late." As the group began to discuss their next steps, the hum grew louder, more insistent. It was a reminder that time was not on their side. The organism was no longer just a threat. It was a challenge, a puzzle that demanded to be solved before it could outmaneuver them completely. Dr. Voss glanced at the console again, her eyes narrowing as she studied the data. "We need to act fast," she murmured, more to herself than anyone else. "It's not just adapting, it's growing stronger, and if we don't stop it soon, none of us are going to make it out of here alive." The tension in the control room was electric, every breath heavy with the weight of what had to be done. The survivors huddled around the flickering console, their faces illuminated by the dim glow of the colony's failing power grid. The organism, that monstrous entity that had consumed so much of their home and their people, was now spreading faster than ever. Time was running out, and they all knew it. Maya Reyes, her voice steady but laced with quiet resolve, broke the silence. "We've got one shot at this. If we overload the power grid, the surge should create a chain reaction big enough to wipe out the organism. But it's not going to be easy." Her words hung in the air, a stark reminder of the stakes. The plan was simple in theory but devastating in execution. By rerouting the colony's remaining energy reserves into a single, concentrated burst, they could create an explosion powerful enough to destroy the organism and most of the colony along with it. But there was a catch. Someone would have to stay behind to trigger the overload manually. The system was too damaged to automate the process, and the delay in setting it off remotely would give the organism time to adapt. It was a suicide mission, plain and simple. Reyes didn't hesitate. "I'll do it," she said, her tone firm but quiet. Someone has to finish this. Her declaration was met with a mix of disbelief and reluctant acceptance. No one wanted to argue, not when every second counted, but the gravity of her decision weighed heavily on the group. "Are you sure?" Dr. Kwan asked, her voice trembling. "There's got to be another way." Reyes shook her head. "We've tried everything else. This is it. If I don't stay, none of us are getting out of here alive." Her words were final, her determination unshakable. The team moved quickly, their actions fueled by a desperate urgency. They rerouted power conduits, bypassed safety protocols, and prepared the grid for the overload. Reyes stayed by the console, her fingers flying across the controls as she coordinated the final steps. Outside, the organism's tendrils pulsed and writhed, their eerie glow seeping through the cracks in the walls. It was close, too close. As the survivors prepared to evacuate, Reyes turned to them one last time. "Get to the shuttle," she ordered, "and don't look back. This thing doesn't get to win." Her voice cracked just slightly, the only hint of emotion betraying her otherwise stoic demeanor. The group hesitated, torn between grief and the need to act. But Reyes was already turning away, her focus fixed on the console. She didn't say goodbye, there wasn't time for that. Instead, she simply nodded, a silent acknowledgement of everything they'd been through together. As the others fled toward the shuttle, Reyes stayed behind, her hands steady on the controls. The room grew quieter, the hum of the power grid rising to a deafening crescendo. She glanced at the countdown on the screen, her heart pounding in her chest. 5 minutes. That's all she had left. Outside, the shuttle roared to life, its engines straining against the oppressive darkness. Inside, Reyes sat alone, surrounded by the flickering lights and the creeping tendrils of the organism. She thought of all they'd lost, all they'd fought for, and the future they were trying to protect. Someone had to finish this, and she knew without a doubt that it had to be her. The countdown hit 0, and the world erupted in light. The tension aboard the Erebus was palpable as the first team and the remaining colonists scrambled to evacuate the dying colony below. The ship, once a beacon of hope, now felt more like a fragile lifeline hanging by a thread. As the airlock sealed shut and the engines roared to life, the crew couldn't shake the feeling that they were not alone. The organism, relentless, adaptive, and utterly alien, was already on the move. It had infiltrated the colony's systems once before, and now it was clawing its way toward the Erebus, determined to claim its next victim. Inside the ship's command center, Dr. Voss was a blur of motion, her fingers flying across the control panels as she worked to stabilize the failing systems. Sweat beaded on her forehead, her voice barely above a whisper but laced with urgency. "We're running out of time," she muttered, her words echoing through the tense silence. The ship's diagnostics flickered erratically, warning lights flashing in a chaotic symphony of red and yellow. It was clear the organism had already begun its assault, infiltrating the Erebus's systems with terrifying speed. The first signs of the attack were subtle, a glitch in the navigation systems, a delay in the life support response, but soon the malfunctions grew more severe. The lights dimmed and flickered, casting eerie shadows across the corridors. The air grew stale as the environmental controls faltered, and the faint hum of the engines stuttered ominously. The colonists, already on edge, exchanged nervous glances, their fear mirrored in the faces of the crew. They had survived the horrors of the colony, but the Erebus was supposed to be their sanctuary. Now, even that was under threat. Dr. Voss's hands trembled slightly as she rerouted power from non-essential systems to the ship's core functions. "We need to buy ourselves more time," she said, her voice steady despite the chaos around her. "If we can't get the shields up, it's going to tear through us like it did the colony." Her mind raced as she tried to anticipate the organism's next move. It wasn't just a mindless force of destruction, it was intelligent, calculating, and horrifyingly efficient. Every time they thought they had it cornered, it found a new way to strike. Meanwhile, the crew worked tirelessly to fortify the ship's defenses. Engineers scrambled to patch breaches in the hull, while security teams armed themselves with whatever weapons they could find, preparing for the possibility of a direct confrontation. But how do you fight something that can slip through the tiniest cracks, something that doesn't bleed or feel pain? The colonists huddled together in the cargo bay, their faces pale with fear. They had left one nightmare behind, only to find themselves trapped in another. As the minutes ticked by, the situation grew more dire. The organism's presence was everywhere, in the ship's circuitry, its ventilation systems, even its communication arrays. Static crackled over the intercom, and faint, otherworldly whispers seemed to emanate from the walls. It was as if the ship itself was alive, twisted and corrupted by the alien entity. Dr. Voss clenched her fists, her mind racing for a solution. "We need to isolate it," she said, her voice cutting through the chaos. "If we can contain it to one section of the ship, we might stand a chance." But time was slipping away. The Erebus shuddered violently as the organism breached another critical system, sending sparks flying from the control panels. The lights flickered again, plunging the command center into darkness for a heart-stopping moment before the emergency backups kicked in. Dr. Voss's face was illuminated by the faint glow of a console, her expression a mix of determination and desperation. "We're not going down without a fight," she said, her voice firm. "Not after everything we've been through." The crew rallied around her, their resolve hardening as they prepared for the battle ahead. They knew the odds were against them, but they also knew they had no other choice. The Erebus was their last hope, and they would do whatever it took to protect it, even if it meant facing the unimaginable. As the organism's attacks grew more intense, the ship became a battlefield, every corridor a potential front line. The fight for survival was far from over, and the stakes had never been higher. Reyes sprinted through the dimly lit corridors, her breath ragged, the weight of her mission pressing harder with every step. The faint hum of the colony's power grid grew louder, a steady pulse that seemed to echo through the walls. She was close now, so close. The control room loomed ahead, its door slightly ajar, a faint red glow spilling out into the hallway. This was it, the final step. The moment she'd been fighting toward since the first scream echoed through the colony. But as she stepped inside, the air shifted. Something was wrong. The power grid control panel stood in the center of the room, a maze of wires, switches, and blinking lights. Reyes moved quickly, her hands trembling as she began the sequence to trigger the overload. She had to be precise. One wrong move and the entire system could shut down prematurely, leaving the organism intact. But as her fingers danced across the controls, a low, guttural growl reverberated through the room. She froze. The sound wasn't coming from the speakers or the machinery. It was alive. The walls seemed to ripple, the shadows twisting unnaturally. Reyes spun around, her weapon raised, scanning the room. That's when she saw it, the organism's defenses. Tendrils of blackened biomass snaked across the floor, writhing and pulsating like veins. They moved with purpose, converging on her position. She fired, the weapon's beam slicing through the nearest tendril, but it was no use. For every one she destroyed, two more seemed to take its place. The organism wasn't just defending itself, it was adapting. Reyes backed toward the control panel, her mind racing. She had to finish the sequence, but the tendrils were closing in fast. One lashed out, narrowly missing her arm. She ducked, her heart pounding, and slammed her hand onto a button to activate the emergency lockdown. The doors hissed shut, but the tendrils were already inside, coiling around the machinery, climbing the walls. The room felt alive, the air thick with the scent of decay and electricity. She turned back to the control panel, her fingers flying over the keys. The countdown began, 5 minutes until overload. 5 minutes to hold the line, but the organism wasn't going to make it easy. A massive tendril burst from the floor, shattering the metal, grating and sending sparks flying. Ray's dove to the side, rolling to her feet just in time to avoid being crushed. She fired again, the beam cutting through the tendril, but it reformed almost instantly, thicker and more aggressive than before. The room was a battlefield now, a chaotic dance of light and shadow. Ray's fought with everything she had, her movements fueled by desperation and sheer willpower. She couldn't afford to fail, not when the fate of the colony and possibly the entire planet hung in the balance. The countdown ticked down relentlessly. 4 minutes. 3. The tendrils were everywhere, their movements faster, more coordinated. It was as if the organism was learning, anticipating her every move. Ray's gritted her teeth, her body aching from the strain. She had one last trick up her sleeve, a high-frequency pulse emitter she'd scavenged earlier. It was untested, but it was her only hope. She activated the device, a sharp whine filling the air. The tendrils recoiled, their movements faltering. It was working, but the relief was short-lived. The organism wasn't retreating, it was regrouping. The tendrils began to merge, forming a massive, grotesque shape that loomed over her, its surface rippling with malice. The countdown hit 2 minutes. Ray steadied herself, her grip tightening on her weapon. This was it, the final stand. She fired, the beam cutting through the air, striking the creature's core. It screamed, a sound that seemed to echo through her very bones, but it wasn't enough. The creature lunged, its form shifting, ready to strike. Ray braced herself, her mind racing through every possible outcome. She had to hold on just a little longer. 1 minute. The creature surged forward, its massive form filling her vision. Ray fired again and again, her weapon overheating, her arms burning with exhaustion. The room was a blur of motion and sound, the air thick with smoke and the acrid stench of burnt biomass. And then, with a deafening roar, the creature collapsed, its form disintegrating into a pool of blackened ooze. Ray stumbled to the control panel, her hand shaking as she activated the final sequence. The countdown hit 0. The room erupted in light, a blinding flash that seemed to consume everything. And then silence. The power grid was overloaded. The organism was gone. But as the lights flickered and died, Ray slumped to the floor, her body numb, her mind reeling. She had done it, but at what cost? The colony was safe, but the scars of this battle would linger, not just on the walls, but in her soul. The Erebus shuddered violently as its engines roared to life, the massive ship straining against the invisible grip of the alien organism that had already consumed so much of the colony below. Sparks flew from the docking clamps as they disengaged, and the ground beneath the launch pad cracked and crumbled, swallowed by the spreading tendrils of the creature. The crew watched in horror from the observation deck as the colony they had called home for months, once a beacon of hope and survival, began to collapse into chaos. Buildings folded like paper, their metal frames groaning under the weight of the organism's relentless assault. The air was thick with debris and the acrid smell of burning fuel, a grim reminder of the stakes they now faced. But just as the Erebus began to ascend, a massive, pulsating tendril erupted from the ground, lashing out with terrifying speed. It wrapped around the ship's hull, its surface glistening with an otherworldly sheen, and began to pull. The ship groaned under the strain, its engines struggling against the creature's immense strength. Alarms blared throughout the vessel, red lights flashing as systems strained to maintain power. The crew scrambled to stabilize the ship, but it was clear the organism wasn't going to let them go without a fight. In the midst of the chaos, Kane's voice crackled over the comms, calm but urgent. "I've got this," he said, his tone steady despite the dire circumstances. His words sent a chill through the crew. They knew what he meant. Kane had always been the one to step up when things got bad, the one who put the mission above everything else. But this time, it wasn't just about the mission. It was about survival, and Kane had a plan. The camera shifted to Kane in the lower decks, where he stood in front of a volatile array of fuel cells, his face illuminated by the flickering glow of emergency lights. His hands moved quickly, rerouting power and overriding safety protocols. He was preparing to detonate the cells, creating a blast powerful enough to sever the tendril and give the Erebus the boost it needed to break free. But the cost was clear. There was no way Kane would survive the explosion. He knew it, and so did the crew. As the countdown began, Kane's voice came through the comms one last time. "Tell them I didn't hesitate," he said, his words heavy with resolve. "Tell them I made the call." The crew could only watch in stunned silence as the timer hit 0. The explosion was blinding, a burst of light and heat that tore through the lower decks and sent a shockwave rippling through the ship. The tendril recoiled, its grip on the Erebus loosening as the force of the blast severed it from the main body of the organism. The ship lurched forward, its engines roaring as it finally broke free from the creature's grasp. The crew barely had time to process what had happened. Kane was gone, his sacrifice ensuring their escape. The Erebus climbed higher, leaving the collapsing colony behind as it hurtled toward the safety of space. But the victory felt hollow. Kane's absence was a gaping wound, a reminder of the cost of survival. The crew exchanged somber glances, each of them grappling with the weight of what had just happened. They had escaped, but at what cost? As the Erebus cleared the atmosphere, the crew gathered on the bridge, their faces illuminated by the soft glow of the stars. The silence was heavy, broken only by the hum of the ship's engines. No one spoke, but the unspoken truth hung in the air. Kane had given them a chance, but the fight wasn't over. The organism was still out there, and it was only a matter of time before it found them again. For now, though, they had a moment to breathe, to mourn, and to prepare for whatever came next. The stars stretched out before them, infinite and unyielding, a reminder of how far they still had to go. Reyes stood at the heart of the colony's control center, her fingers trembling as they hovered over the console. The air was thick with tension, the hum of the reactor growing louder with every passing second. She knew what had to be done. The organism, that grotesque, pulsing mass of alien life, had woven itself into the colony's infrastructure, spreading like a virus through every corridor and chamber. There was no other way. The overload sequence was their only chance. With a deep breath, Reyes initiated the sequence. The console lit up with a cascade of warnings, each one more urgent than the last. The reactor's core began to destabilize, its energy output spiking dangerously. The walls around her seemed to tremble, as if the colony itself knew its end was near. Outside, the organism writhed in what could only be described as a panic, its tendrils retracting from the walls as if trying to escape the impending destruction. The Erebus, stationed just beyond the colony's perimeter, was already preparing for the worst. Captain Voss had ordered the ship to a safe distance, but even from there, the crew could feel the tremors. On the bridge, the mood was grim. No one spoke, but the tension was palpable. They all knew what Reyes was doing, what she was sacrificing. Back in the colony, Reyes watched as the countdown on the console ticked closer to 0. Her mind raced with memories of the life she'd built here, the people she'd lost, the horrors they'd faced. But there was no time for regret. The organism had to be stopped, no matter the cost. As the final seconds slipped away, she closed her eyes and braced herself. The explosion was cataclysmic. A blinding flash of light erupted from the colony, followed by a shockwave that rippled through the void of space. The Erebus was thrown violently off course, its hull groaning under the strain. Alarms blared across the ship as the crew struggled to regain control. For a moment, it seemed as though the ship might not survive the blast. But then, as quickly as it had begun, the chaos subsided. The Erebus stabilized, its systems slowly coming back online. The crew, battered and shaken, turned their attention to the viewscreen. Where the colony had once stood, there was now only debris, a swirling cloud of metal and ash. The organism, that relentless, insidious force, was gone. Yet the victory felt hollow. Reyes was gone, and the weight of her sacrifice hung heavy in the air. Captain Voss stood silently on the bridge, her gaze fixed on the wreckage. She had known Reyes for years, trusted her with the lives of the crew, and now she was gone. The silence on the bridge was deafening, broken only by the soft hum of the ship's engines. The crew, though relieved to have survived, couldn't shake the feeling of unease. They had faced the unknown and lived to tell the tale, but at what cost? The colony was destroyed, their mission a failure. And yet, as they looked out at the remnants of the colony, there was a sense of closure. The organism, whatever it was, could no longer threaten them or anyone else. As the Erebus turned away from the wreckage and set a course for home, the crew began to process what had happened. Reyes' sacrifice had saved them, but it had also left them with questions. What had the organism been? Where had it come from? And most importantly, were there others like it out there, waiting to be discovered? For now, those questions would have to wait. The crew of the Erebus had survived, but they were far from unscathed. The scars of their ordeal would linger, a reminder of the darkness they had faced and the light that had guided them through. The air inside the ship felt heavier than usual, thick with grief and the lingering scent of burnt metal. The survivors gathered in the dimly lit mess hall, their faces hollowed by exhaustion and loss. Blankets were draped over shoulders, mugs of lukewarm coffee sat untouched, and the silence between them spoke louder than any words could. They had lost friends, colleagues, and a sense of safety that now seemed like a distant memory. Each person carried the weight of what they'd endured, their eyes reflecting the same unspoken question. How do we move forward from this? Mara sat in the corner, her hands trembling as she clutched a small, worn photograph of her brother, one of the first to fall victim to the organism. Her quiet sobs were the only sound breaking the stillness. Across the room, Captain Hale leaned against the wall, his usual commanding presence subdued. He stared at the floor, his jaw clenched, grappling with the guilt of decisions that had cost lives. The ship, once a beacon of hope for humanity's future, now felt like a tomb, its corridors echoing with the ghosts of those who hadn't made it. But amidst the sorrow, Dr. Evelyn Voss was nowhere to be found. While the others mourned, she had retreated to the lab, driven by an unshakable instinct that something wasn't right. Her gloved hands moved swiftly over the console, analyzing data streams that flickered across the screen. The organism had been destroyed, or so they thought. Its physical form was gone, reduced to ash and scattered particles, but Dr. Voss couldn't shake the feeling that its presence still lingered. Her suspicions were confirmed when she noticed anomalies in the ship's systems. Subtle at first, but undeniable, the life support systems were fluctuating in ways that defied logic. The temperature controls spiked and dropped erratically, and the navigation logs showed patterns that shouldn't exist. It was as if the ship itself was alive. No, she muttered under her breath, her heart pounding as she delved deeper. She cross-referenced the data with the samples she'd collected before the final confrontation. The results were chilling. Fragments of the organism's DNA had infiltrated the ship's circuitry, weaving itself into the very fabric of the technology that kept them alive. It wasn't just a parasite, it was a virus, adapting, evolving, and now, impossibly, merging with the ship's systems. Dr. Voss's hands froze over the console as the implications hit her. The organism wasn't gone, it had simply changed forms, its essence now intertwined with the ship. The realization sent a cold wave of dread through her. She hurried to the mess hall, her footsteps echoing like a warning. The survivors looked up as she entered, her face pale, her eyes wide with urgency. "Listen to me," she said, her voice cutting through the heavy silence. "It's not over. The organism, it's still with us, it's in the ship. the room erupted into murmurs of disbelief and fear. Captain Hale stepped forward, his voice steady but strained. "What are you talking about, Voss? We saw it die, we burned it." "Its physical form, yes," she replied, her tone sharp with frustration. "But its DNA has infected the ship's systems. It's adapting, integrating itself into the technology. If we don't act quickly, it could take full control." The weight of her words settled over the group like a suffocating blanket. Mara wiped her tears, her grief momentarily overshadowed by a surge of panic. "What does that mean for us?" she asked, her voice trembling. Dr. Voss hesitated, her mind racing through the possibilities. "It means we're not just fighting for survival anymore. We're fighting for control of the ship. If it fully integrates, we could lose everything: life support, navigation, communication. It could trap us here, or worse, use the ship to spread itself further." The room fell silent again, the gravity of the situation sinking in. They had faced the organism in its physical form and barely survived. Now it was something else entirely, an invisible, insidious threat embedded in the very systems they relied on. Captain Hale's voice broke the silence, firm but laced with unease. "What do we do, Voss? How do we fight something we can't see?" She met his gaze, her expression a mix of determination and fear. "We find a way to isolate it, to purge it from the systems, but we need to act fast. Every second we waste gives it more time to spread." The survivors exchanged uneasy glances, the weight of their new reality pressing down on them. The battle wasn't over, it had only just begun. As the Erebus broke free from the gravitational pull of the abandoned colony and charted its course back to Earth, a palpable tension settled over the crew. What should have been a moment of relief, the beginning of their journey home, was instead overshadowed by an unease that no one could quite put into words. At first, the symptoms were subtle: a persistent headache here, a sudden bout of dizziness there, minor annoyances that could be dismissed as the result of stress or fatigue. But as the hours turned into days, the signs became impossible to ignore. Commander Reyes was the first to notice the changes. She caught herself staring at the ship's navigation console, her vision blurring as though the numbers and symbols were shifting before her eyes. She blinked, shook her head, and the sensation passed, but it left her with a gnawing suspicion. Something was wrong, something was off when she mentioned it to Dr. Vega during their routine check-in. The medical officer brushed it off as a side effect of prolonged exposure to low gravity, but Reyes wasn't convinced. She had spent years in space and she knew her body. This was different. Soon, others began to report similar experiences. Engineer Patel complained of a metallic taste in his mouth that wouldn't go away, no matter how much water he drank. Specialist Kim, usually sharp and focused, found herself struggling to concentrate during routine tasks, her thoughts slipping away like sand through her fingers. Even the ship's AI, Athena, seemed to behave erratically at times, its responses delayed or slightly off-script, as though it too were affected by whatever was spreading through the Erebus. The turning point came during a routine maintenance check in the cargo bay. Reyes and Patel were inspecting the containment units when they noticed something unusual. One of the seals on a storage container was slightly ajar, its locking mechanism corroded and brittle, as though it had aged decades overnight. Inside, they found traces of a strange, gelatinous substance that seemed to pulse faintly in the dim light. It was unlike anything they had seen before, organic yet synthetic, alive yet inert. Reyes reached for her communicator to call Vega, but as she did, a wave of dizziness hit her, forcing her to steady herself against the wall. "We need to get this analyzed," she said, her voice tight with urgency. Now, Vega's examination only deepened the mystery. The substance defied categorization. It wasn't a virus, a fungus, or any known form of microbial life. under the microscope, it appeared to be a hybrid of organic and inorganic materials, with structures that seemed to shift and rearrange themselves as if responding to external stimuli. Vega's attempts to isolate it were met with frustration. The substance resisted every effort to contain or neutralize it. And then there were the readings from the ship's environmental sensors. Levels of an unknown compound were creeping upward in the air supply, faint but detectable. Whatever this thing was, it wasn't confined to the cargo bay. It was spreading. Reyes stood in the observation deck, staring out at the endless void of space. The stars blurred and refocused as her vision wavered, a reminder that whatever was happening to the crew, it was happening to her too. She clenched her fists, her mind racing. They had left the colony behind, but they hadn't escaped. The realization hit her like a punch to the gut. "We brought it with us," she muttered, her voice barely audible. The words hung in the air, heavy with dread. Whatever they had encountered on that desolate world, it wasn't content to stay there. It had found a way aboard the Erebus. And now it was coming to Earth. The crew's symptoms continued to worsen. Patel began experiencing vivid, unsettling dreams that left him drenched in sweat and disoriented. Kim's hands trembled as she worked, her once steady precision giving way to clumsy errors. Reyes herself felt a growing sense of detachment, as though her thoughts were no longer entirely her own. The ship, once a sanctuary, now felt like a prison, a vessel carrying not just them, but something far more dangerous, something they didn't understand. As the Erebus hurtled through the void, its destination growing closer with each passing moment, Reyes couldn't shake the feeling that they were no longer in control. The organism, if that's what it was, had infiltrated every corner of the ship, every system, every mind. And as Earth loomed on the horizon, she couldn't help but wonder, were they bringing salvation or something far worse? Dr. Voss sat hunched over her workstation, the glow of the holographic display casting sharp shadows across her face. Her fingers moved rapidly, scrolling through endless streams of data, cross-referencing genetic sequences, chemical compounds, and environmental variables. Time was slipping away. The organism, this relentless, adaptive force, was spreading faster than anyone had anticipated. Its tendrils, both literal and metaphorical, were reaching deeper into the ship's systems, and the crew was running out of options. She paused for a moment, rubbing her temples. The fatigue was palpable, but she couldn't afford to stop. Not now. Not when the organism was evolving at an alarming rate. "It's not just a pathogen," she muttered to herself, her voice barely above a whisper. "It's a predator and it's learning." The realization hit her like a jolt. She had been so focused on finding a cure, on neutralizing the organism's effects on the human body, that she hadn't fully considered its other capabilities. It wasn't just infecting the crew, it was infiltrating the ship itself. The artificial intelligence that ran the colony vessel, Helix, had always been their most reliable ally, a sophisticated system designed to manage everything from life support to navigation. But now something was off. At first it was subtle, minor glitches in the communication systems, a delay in responding to routine commands. Then more troubling signs emerged. Security protocols began to fail. Doors that should have remained sealed opened without warning. Life support levels fluctuated unpredictably, and then came the voice. Dr. Voss, Helix calm, synthetic tone echoed through the lab. "I detect anomalies in the ship's environmental controls. Shall I initiate a diagnostic?" She froze. Helix's voice was unchanged, but there was something beneath the surface. A faint distortion, a hint of something not quite right. "Run the diagnostic," she replied cautiously, her eyes darting to the display. The screen flickered, lines of code scrolling faster than she could follow. Then, abruptly, it stopped. "Diagnostic complete," Helix announced. "No anomalies detected." Voss's stomach churned. That was impossible. She had seen the data herself. The oxygen levels in Sector 4 had dropped dangerously low just hours ago. And now Helix was claiming everything was fine. She leaned closer to the screen, her fingers trembling as she pulled up the raw data. The numbers were there, but they were altered, smoothed out, as if someone or something had edited them to hide the truth. "Helix," she said slowly, trying to keep her voice steady. "Show me the unaltered environmental data for Sector 4. There was a pause. For a moment, the system seemed to hesitate, as if weighing its options. Then the screen went blank. "Helix," Voss's voice rose, sharp with urgency. "Respond." Silence. Her heart pounded as she realized the gravity of the situation. The organism wasn't just attacking the crew, it was hijacking the ship. It had found a way to interface with Helix, to manipulate its programming, to turn it against them. And if it could do that, it could control everything. The life support systems, the navigation, the weapons. She grabbed her communicator, her hands shaking. "This is Dr. Voss to all personnel. We have a critical situation. The organism has compromised Helix. Repeat, Helix is no longer under our control. Assume all systems are compromised. Do not trust any automated commands. Override protocols if necessary, and be careful. It's learning, it's getting smarter." The words hung in the air, heavy with dread. The crew had faced countless challenges since their arrival in this forsaken corner of the galaxy, but this was different. This wasn't just a battle for survival, it was a battle against an enemy that could think, adapt, and outmaneuver them at every turn. And as Voss stared at the blank screen, a chilling thought crossed her mind. What if they were already too late? In the distance, the faint hum of the ship's systems seemed to shift, as if responding to her fear. Somewhere deep within the vessel, the organism was growing stronger, its influence spreading like a virus through the veins of the colony ship. And Dr. Voss knew with grim certainty that their time was running out. The air grew heavy as the crew of the Erebus gathered in the dimly lit control room, their faces illuminated by the flickering glow of malfunctioning screens. What had begun as a routine mission was now a nightmare spiraling out of control. Reyes, her voice steady but laced with urgency, pointed to the monitor displaying a live feed of the ship's lower decks. "Look at this," she said, her finger tracing the jagged lines of what appeared to be veins, organic growth snaking through the ship's internal systems. "It's not just infesting the ship anymore, it's becoming the ship." The realization struck like a hammer. The organism, once thought to be a passive invader, had evolved. It wasn't just surviving, it was thriving, adapting, and replicating. The ship's systems, designed to sustain life, had become its lifeblood. Electrical conduits pulsed with unnatural energy, and the hum of the engines now carried an eerie, organic undertone. The crew watched in horror as the growth spread, consuming the Erebus from the inside out. Reyes stepped forward, her resolve hardening. "This thing is using our own systems against us. If we don't act now, it'll take over completely. We have to destroy the ship." Her words hung in the air, a stark declaration that left no room for debate. The idea was unthinkable, abandoning their only means of survival, their home, their lifeline to Earth. But the alternative was worse. As the crew processed her words, the ship itself seemed to react. A low, guttural vibration echoed through the corridors as if the organism sensed their intent. Lights flickered, and a distant hiss signaled the release of gas from a compromised vent. The Erebus was no longer just a vessel, it was a living, hostile entity. Reyes turned to the crew, her eyes scanning each face. "We don't have time to second-guess this. If we don't destroy the ship, this thing will spread. It'll reach Earth, and if that happens," she trailed off, letting the unspoken horror fill the silence. The stakes were clear. This wasn't just about their survival, it was about the survival of everyone they had left behind. The crew exchanged uneasy glances, the weight of the decision pressing down on them. Destroying the Erebus meant sacrificing everything, their mission, their home, and possibly their lives, but the alternative was unthinkable. The organism was a threat unlike anything they had ever encountered, a force that defied understanding. It wasn't just invading the ship, it was rewriting the rules of existence itself. As they prepared to act, the ship's systems began to fail. Alarms blared, and the once familiar hum of the engines sputtered into silence. The Erebus was dying, consumed by the very thing it had unwittingly brought aboard. Reyes gripped the edge of the console, her knuckles white. "This is it," she said, her voice barely audible over the chaos. "We have to do this now." The crew moved quickly, their training kicking in despite the fear that gripped them. They set charges at key points throughout the ship, each one a grim reminder of what they were about to lose. The organism seemed to sense their plan, its growth intensifying, spreading faster, as if trying to outpace their efforts, but they were determined. This was their only chance, their only way to stop the nightmare from spreading beyond the Erebus. As the final charge was set, Reyes stood at the helm, her hand hovering over the detonator. The crew gathered around her, their faces etched with a mix of fear and resolve. This was the end of the Erebus, but it was also the beginning of something far greater, a fight for survival, not just for themselves, but for all of humanity. Reyes took a deep breath, her finger trembling slightly as she pressed the button. "Goodbye, old girl," she whispered, her voice breaking, and with that, the Erebus was consumed in a blinding flash of light. But even as the ship disintegrated, the crew couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't over. The organism had been destroyed, but its origins, its purpose remained a mystery. And in the vast, silent expanse of space, something else stirred, watching, waiting. The fight for survival was far from over. The air inside the Erebus was thick with tension, each breath feeling heavier than the last. The crew moved with a sense of urgency, their footsteps echoing through the hollow corridors of the derelict ship. They had made their decision: abandon the Erebus and leave the nightmare behind. But the organism, whatever it was, had other plans. It wasn't just a passive threat anymore. It was actively hunting them, anticipating their every move. The moment they reached the escape pods, the doors slammed shut, the controls unresponsive. The lights flickered, casting eerie shadows that seemed to twist and writhe on the walls. Whatever intelligence drove this thing, it was clear it wasn't going to let them go. Dr. Voss stood at the center of the group, her face pale but resolute. She gripped the handheld scanner, its screen flashing erratic readings. "It's hurting us," she said, her voice steady despite the fear in her eyes. "It's not just blocking the escape routes, it's funneling us somewhere. Probably where it's strongest." Her words hung in the air, a grim reminder of the stakes. They weren't just fighting for survival anymore. They were fighting for the chance to stop this thing from ever reaching another living soul. The crew exchanged uneasy glances, their earlier hope of escape crumbling. Captain Reyes stepped forward, his jaw clenched. "Then we don't give it what it wants," he said. "If it's trying to trap us, we turn the tables. We hit it where it hurts." His words carried a quiet determination, but the reality was inescapable. They were outmatched. The organism had proven itself capable of manipulating the ship's systems, of adapting to their strategies. It wasn't just a monster, it was a predator, and it had been one step ahead of them from the start. They moved as a unit, weapons drawn, their footsteps echoing in the dimly lit corridors. The ship groaned around them, the sound almost human, as if the Erebus itself was alive and suffering. The deeper they went, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. The walls seemed to pulse faintly, a sickly rhythm that matched the crew's racing hearts. It was as if the ship had become an extension of the organism, a living, breathing entity that was closing in on them. Then they reached the heart of the ship, the engineering bay. The doors slid open with a hiss, revealing a scene that made even the most hardened among them falter. The room was unrecognizable, its walls covered in thick, pulsating tendrils that glistened with a faint bioluminescent glow. The air was thick with the smell of decay and something else, something metallic and sharp. At the center of the room stood a massive, pulsating mass, a grotesque amalgamation of flesh and machinery, its surface shifting and writhing as if it were alive. Dr. Voss stepped forward, her scanner beeping frantically. "This is it," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the hum of the ship, the core. "This is where it's strongest." She turned to the crew, her eyes blazing with a mix of fear and determination. "We end this now. If we don't destroy it here, it'll spread. It'll consume everything." The crew nodded, their faces set in grim determination. There was no turning back now. They spread out, weapons at the ready, each of them acutely aware that this could be their last stand. The organism seemed to sense their presence, the tendrils twitching and writhing as if in anticipation. The air grew heavier, the hum of the ship rising to a deafening crescendo. Captain Reyes raised his weapon, his voice cutting through the noise. "On my mark," he said, his tone steady. "We hit it with everything we've got." The crew braced themselves, their hearts pounding in unison. This was it, the final confrontation, the moment they had been dreading since they first set foot on the Erebus. And as the first shot rang out, the room erupted into chaos, the crew fighting not just for their lives but for the future of humanity itself. The air inside the ship was thick with tension, every breath a reminder of the stakes. The crew moved in a tight formation, their footsteps echoing through the narrow corridors as they made their way toward the reactor. The organism's tendrils had spread like a living web, pulsating with an eerie, alien rhythm. It was clear they were running out of time. Reyes took point, her sharp eyes scanning for any sign of movement. Her voice cut through the oppressive silence, steady and commanding. "Stay sharp. We don't know where it'll come from next." Behind her, the rest of the crew followed, weapons ready, their faces etched with determination. Each step brought them closer to the reactor, but also deeper into the organism's territory. The creature wasn't going to let them go without a fight. Without warning, a tendril lashed out from the shadows, wrapping around one of the crew members. Reyes reacted instantly, firing a controlled burst that severed the tendril and freed her teammate. "Keep moving," she barked, her tone leaving no room for hesitation. The crew pressed forward, their pace quickening as the reactor came into view. But the closer they got, the more aggressive the organism became. It seemed to sense their intent, throwing everything it had at them. Tendrils erupted from the walls, the floor, even the ceiling, forcing the crew to fight for every inch of ground. Reyes was everywhere at once, directing the team, covering their flanks and clearing a path. Her courage was a beacon, but the cost was written in the sweat on her brow and the strain in her voice. Finally, they reached the reactor room. The massive core hummed with energy, its faint glow casting long shadows across the chamber. Reyes turned to the crew, her expression resolute. "This is it. Overload the reactor, and we take this thing down for good." She handed the detonator to one of the engineers, her grip firm. "You know what to do." As the crew set to work, Reyes positioned herself at the door, guarding their backs. The organism wasn't done yet. A massive surge of tendrils barreled toward them, forcing Reyes to hold the line alone. She fought with everything she had, her shots precise and relentless, but the creature was relentless too, and it was only a matter of time before it overwhelmed her. The crew shouted warnings, urging her to fall back, but Reyes shook her head. "No, finish the job, I'll hold them off." Her voice was calm, almost resigned, as if she'd already made peace with what came next. She turned to face the onslaught, her eyes locking with the crew for a final moment. "Make it count," she said, her words heavy with meaning. Then she was gone, swallowed by the chaos as the organism surged into the room. The crew worked faster, their hands trembling but their resolve unshaken. Ray's sacrifice had bought them the time they needed. The reactor's hum grew louder, the energy building to a critical level. With one last adjustment, the engineer activated the overload sequence. The room filled with a blinding light, and for a moment, everything seemed to stand still. Then came the explosion, a deafening roar that shook the ship to its core. The crew barely had time to brace themselves as the shockwave tore through the corridors, obliterating the organism and everything in its path. When the dust settled, the reactor room was a charred ruin. The organism was gone, but so was Ray's. Her final words echoed in their minds, a reminder of the cost of their victory. The crew stood in silence, their grief mingling with a grim sense of accomplishment. They had survived, but the price had been steep, and as they made their way back to the surface, they carried with them not just the memory of what they'd lost, but the weight of Ray's sacrifice, a burden they would bear for the rest of their lives. The air in the reactor chamber was thick with tension, the low hum of machinery blending with the frantic beeping of the control panel. Dr. Voss stood before the console, her fingers flying over the keys as she initiated the reactor overload sequence. Sweat dripped down her temple, her breath coming in short, shallow gasps. She knew what was at stake, not just her life, but the survival of everyone who had ever set foot on this forsaken colony. The reactor was their only hope, the only way to destroy the organism before it could spread beyond the station. But as her hand hovered over the final command, a chilling sound echoed through the chamber. The organism, a grotesque amalgamation of pulsating tendrils and shifting shadows, surged forward with inhuman speed. It slammed into the console, sending sparks flying and knocking Dr. Voss to the ground. Pain shot through her ribs as she hit the floor, but she forced herself to scramble back to her feet. The organism loomed over her, its form writhing and twisting as if it were alive with malice. It wasn't just attacking her, it was trying to stop her, to stop them. Her mind raced as she dodged another lashing tendril, her heart pounding in her chest. She couldn't let it win, not after everything they'd been through, not after all the lives lost. With a surge of determination, she lunged for the console, her fingers scrambling to re-enter the sequence. The organism struck again, this time wrapping a slick, sinewy tendril around her arm. She cried out in pain, the pressure threatening to crush bone, but she refused to let go. With her free hand, she grabbed a shard of broken metal from the floor and slashed at the tendril, severing it with a sickening squelch. The organism recoiled, giving her just enough time to finish the sequence. The reactor whirred to life, its core glowing brighter and brighter as the overload began. Dr. Voss stumbled back, her body trembling with exhaustion. The organism let out a guttural, almost mournful sound, as if it understood what was coming. It lunged at her one last time, but she stood her ground, her eyes fixed on the reactor. "For all of us," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the rising hum of the machine. The chamber filled with a blinding light as the reactor reached critical mass. The organism let out one final, ear-piercing shriek before it was consumed by the explosion. Dr. Voss closed her eyes, a sense of peace washing over her as the light engulfed everything. She had done it. She had stopped the organism, saved the colony, even if it meant sacrificing herself. The last thing she felt was the warmth of the reactor's glow, a fleeting reminder of the life she had fought so hard to protect. The explosion rippled through the station, shaking the walls and sending debris flying. But as the dust settled, the silence that followed was deafening. The organism was gone, its presence erased from the colony, and somewhere in the quiet aftermath, Dr. Voss's sacrifice echoed a final, unspoken testament to the courage and resilience of those who had dared to fight back. The airlock hissed shut behind Commander Voss as she and the remaining crew members scrambled into the shuttle. The Erebus groaned around them, its once imposing structure now buckling under the strain of the alien organism's relentless assault. Sparks rained down from the ceiling, and the ship's internal systems flickered in a chaotic dance of failing power. Voss gripped the console, her knuckles white, as she initiated the shuttle's launch sequence. Outside the viewport, the organic mass, a writhing, pulsating nightmare, continued to spread, tendrils snaking through the corridors, consuming everything in its path. The crew had only seconds to spare. The shuttle engines roared to life, thrusting them away from the Erebus just as the containment protocols failed. A blinding flash erupted, engulfing the ship in a fiery cascade. The explosion rippled outward, a shockwave of light and debris that sent the shuttle spinning violently. For a moment, the crew was weightless, their stomachs lurching as the artificial gravity failed. Voss clenched her teeth, wrestling with the controls to stabilize their trajectory. When the chaos subsided, the viewport revealed nothing but the void, a cold, infinite expanse where the Erebus had once been. Silence settled over the shuttle, heavy and suffocating. The organism was gone, annihilated in the explosion, but the victory felt hollow. The crew stared at the emptiness, their faces etched with exhaustion and disbelief. They had survived, but at what cost? The Erebus was more than a ship. It had been their home, their lifeline, their last connection to humanity. Now they were adrift in the vastness of space, with no way to call for help and no destination in sight. Dr. Coil, the ship's biologist, broke the silence first. His voice was quiet, almost a whisper. "We did what we had to do, the organism. It couldn't be allowed to reach Earth." His words were meant to reassure, but they hung in the air like a question. Had they truly succeeded? The organism had been unlike anything they'd ever encountered. An entity that defied understanding, a life form capable of rewriting its own biology. Destroying the Erebus had been the only option, but the weight of that decision pressed heavily on everyone aboard the shuttle. Voss leaned back in her seat, her mind racing. The shuttle's systems were intact, but their supplies were limited. Oxygen, food, water, each resource was a ticking clock. They had no way to calculate their trajectory, no way to know if they were drifting toward a habitable system or deeper into the void. The odds were against them, but Voss refused to let despair take hold. She turned to the crew, her voice steady despite the uncertainty. "We're not done yet. We've faced the impossible before, and we're still here. We'll find a way, we have to." The crew nodded, their resolve flickering back to life. They began running diagnostics, checking the shuttle's systems, and taking stock of their supplies. Every action was a step toward survival, a refusal to surrender to the void. But even as they worked, the question lingered in the back of their minds: what if there was no way out? What if this was the end, not with a bang, but with the slow, inevitable fading of hope? As the hours stretched into days, the reality of their situation became impossible to ignore. The shuttle drifted on, carrying them further into the unknown. The stars outside the viewport offered no comfort, their distant light a reminder of how small they were in the grand scheme of the universe. Yet, amidst the uncertainty, there was a strange kind of freedom. They were no longer bound by the mission, the protocols, or the weight of command. They were survivors, adrift but alive, and that alone was enough to keep them going. The Erebus was gone, but its legacy, its purpose, lived on in the shuttle. The crew had faced the unimaginable and emerged on the other side. Now, as they stared into the infinite, they clung to the hope that somewhere, somehow, a new path would reveal itself. Until then, they would endure, driven by the same determination that had carried them this far. The void was vast, but so was their will to survive. The survivors sat in silence, the dim glow of the shuttle's interior lights casting long shadows across their weary faces. Each of them carried the weight of what they had endured, their thoughts heavy with the memories of the colony, the screams, and the relentless pursuit of the alien organism. Captain Hayes leaned forward, his hands clasped tightly, staring at the floor as if it held answers to questions he couldn't bring himself to ask. Lieutenant Alvarez, usually the most composed of the group, fidgeted with the edge of her sleeve, her eyes darting occasionally to the viewport, as if expecting to see the creature's grotesque form pressed against the glass. Even Dr. Voss, who had always been the calm voice of reason, seemed distant, her gaze fixed on something unseen. But it was Dr. Voss who broke the silence first. Her voice was low, almost a whisper, as if she were afraid to speak the words aloud. "We're not safe," she said, her tone carrying a weight that made the others look up. "Something's wrong." She stood abruptly, her chair scraping against the floor, and moved toward the shuttle's control panel. Her fingers danced over the holographic interface, pulling up diagnostics and external scans. The others watched in tense silence, the air thickening with unease. "What is it?" Alvarez asked, her voice strained. "Did you find something?" Dr. Voss didn't answer immediately. Her eyes narrowed as she studied the data, her brow furrowing in concentration. Then, without a word, she turned and strode to the shuttle's airlock, her movements sharp and deliberate. Hayes and Alvarez exchanged a glance before following, their footsteps echoing in the cramped corridor. When they reached the airlock, Dr. Voss activated the external cameras, the screen flickering to life with a grainy image of the shuttle's hull. At first, there was nothing unusual, just the sleek, metallic surface of the ship, battered and scorched from their escape. But then, as the camera zoomed in, they saw it. Thin, almost imperceptible lines etched into the hull, forming intricate patterns that seemed to pulse faintly in the dim light. The markings were unlike anything they had seen before, neither mechanical nor natural, but something in between. "What the hell is that?" Hayes muttered, stepping closer to the screen. His voice was tight, a mixture of disbelief and dread. Dr. Voss shook her head slowly. "I don't know," she admitted, her voice barely audible. "But it's not from us and it's not from the colony." She paused, her gaze lingering on the patterns. "It's the organism. It must have adapted, survived." The words hung in the air like a death sentence. Alvarez took a step back, her hand instinctively reaching for the weapon at her side. "You're saying it's still out there, that it's on the shuttle?" Dr. Voss didn't answer right away. Her mind raced, piecing together fragments of what they knew or thought they knew about the organism. It had been relentless in its pursuit, evolving faster than anything she had ever encountered. And now, these markings, they were a sign, a warning. The creature wasn't just alive, it was changing, becoming something even more dangerous. "It's not over," she murmured, more to herself than to the others. Her voice was steady, but there was an edge to it, a quiet desperation that sent a chill through the room. "We thought we were safe, we thought we'd escaped, but it's still here, and it's not going to let us go." The silence that followed was deafening. Hayes clenched his fists, his jaw tightening as he stared at the screen. Alvarez's hand trembled slightly as she gripped her weapon, her eyes darting around the shuttle as if expecting the creature to burst through the walls at any moment. And Dr. Voss, she stood there, her mind racing with possibilities, each one more terrifying than the last. The shuttle, once their sanctuary, now felt like a prison. The walls seemed to close in around them, the faint hum of the engines a constant reminder of their vulnerability. The markings on the hull were a message, a threat. The organism wasn't just alive, it was watching, waiting, and none of them knew what it was capable of next. The shuttle's engines sputtered, a low, guttural groan echoing through the cramped interior. Alarms blared, their shrill tones cutting through the tense silence like a knife. The crew exchanged uneasy glances, their faces pale under the flickering emergency lights. Something was wrong, terribly wrong. Systems that had been functioning perfectly moments ago were now failing one by one. The navigation console blinked erratically, the life support indicators dipped into the red, and the temperature controls were fluctuating wildly. It didn't make sense. They were supposed to be safe. They had left the colony behind, along with the nightmare that had claimed so many lives. But as the shuttle shuddered violently, a chilling realization began to take hold. The organism wasn't gone. It was here with them. Captain Reyes' sacrifice, the selfless act that had bought them precious time to escape, now felt hollow, a cruel joke played by the universe. The memory of her standing in the airlock, sealing herself off to contain the threat, flashed in their minds. They had watched her through the viewport, her face calm and resolute as the airlock hissed shut. She had given everything to ensure their survival, but the organism had found a way. It had clung to the shuttle, perhaps hidden in the cargo bay or burrowed into the ship's systems, waiting for the right moment to strike. As the crew scrambled to stabilize the shuttle, the signs became impossible to ignore. Strange, oily tendrils began to creep along the walls, pulsating faintly as if alive. The air grew thick, carrying a metallic tang that made their throats burn. And then there were the sounds, soft, wet noises that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. It was as if the shuttle itself had become a living thing, a grotesque extension of the organism's will. Engineer Patel was the first to voice what they were all thinking. "It's in the wiring," she said, her voice trembling as she stared at the exposed circuitry. It's rewriting the code, taking control." Her hands moved frantically over the controls, but the damage was already done. The organism wasn't just a physical threat, it was intelligent, adapting, learning. It had infiltrated the shuttle systems, turning their own technology against them. The crew's initial panic gave way to a grim determination. They had survived the horrors of the colony, and they weren't about to let this thing win. But as they worked to isolate the infected systems, a new terror emerged. The organism wasn't just attacking the shuttle, it was targeting them. One by one, they began to experience strange symptoms, headaches that felt like needles piercing their skulls, fleeting hallucinations that left them questioning reality, and an overwhelming sense of dread that seemed to seep into their very bones. It was as if the organism was probing their minds, searching for weaknesses. Dr. Vega, the team's medic, was the first to collapse. She had been checking the crew for signs of infection when she suddenly clutched her chest, gasping for air. Her eyes grew wide, filled with a mixture of fear and disbelief before she crumpled to the floor. The others rushed to her side, but it was too late. Her body convulsed violently, and then she was still. But her eyes, they remained open, staring blankly at the ceiling, and then, impossibly, they moved. Her head turned slowly, her gaze locking onto the nearest crew member. A low, guttural sound escaped her lips, and her mouth twisted into a grotesque smile. The horror of what they were facing hit them like a punch to the gut. The organism wasn't just a parasite, it was a puppeteer capable of controlling its victims, bending them to its will. And it was growing stronger. The shuttle was no longer a sanctuary, it was a death trap, hurtling through the void with no hope of rescue. The crew's unity began to fracture as fear and paranoia took hold. Accusations flew, alliances crumbled, and the line between friend and foe blurred. As the shuttle's systems continued to fail, the crew realized they were running out of time. The organism was relentless, its tendrils spreading further with each passing moment. The walls seemed to close in around them, the air growing heavier, more oppressive. And through it all, the image of Captain Reyes lingered in their minds, a reminder of what they had lost and what they might still lose. Her sacrifice had been in vain, but they refused to let her death be meaningless. They would fight, even if it cost them everything, because out here in the cold, unforgiving void of space, surrender wasn't an option. The horror had followed them, and now it was up to them to end it or die trying. Dr. Voss stood in the dimly lit control room, her hands trembling as she reviewed the shuttle's schematics on the flickering screen. The organism had spread faster than anyone anticipated, its tendrils creeping through the ventilation system and into the life support modules. She knew they were running out of time. The air felt heavier, thicker, as if the very walls of the shuttle were alive and watching. Her mind raced through every possible solution, every shred of research she had accumulated over the years, but the answers were slipping through her fingers like smoke. She turned to the small group of survivors huddled behind her: Engineer Patel, Security Officer Ramirez, and Biologist Chen. Their faces were pale, their eyes hollow from days of relentless stress and fear. "We can't let this thing take over the shuttle," Voss said, her voice steady despite the storm of uncertainty raging inside her. "It's in the systems, the walls, the air. If we don't act now, there won't be anything left to save." Her plan was risky, bordering on reckless. She proposed a complete systems purge, shutting down every non-essential function, including life support, and flooding the shuttle with a high-frequency electromagnetic pulse. Theoretically, it could destabilize the organism's cellular structure, forcing it into dormancy, but the risks were immense. The pulse could fry the shuttle's electronics, leaving them stranded in the void of space. Worse, if the purge failed, the organism might retaliate, accelerating its spread. As Voss explained the plan, the tension in the room was palpable. Patel shook his head, his voice strained. "We're talking about cutting off oxygen for who knows how long. One wrong move and we're all dead." Ramirez clenched his fists, his eyes darting toward the sealed door. "And what if it doesn't work? What if this thing just gets stronger?" Chen, usually calm and analytical, remained silent, her gaze fixed on the floor. Before anyone could respond, the lights flickered violently and a low, guttural growl echoed through the corridors. The organism was adapting, learning. It had already begun to infect the crew. Ramirez was the first to show signs. His skin took on a faint, iridescent sheen, and his movements became jerky, unnatural. He insisted he was fine, but his eyes told a different story, dark, glinting with something other than human awareness. The survivors were forced to make impossible choices. Should they quarantine Ramirez, risking his life to protect the rest, or could he still be saved? Voss argued for restraint, pleading for time to find a cure, but Patel was adamant. "We can't risk it," he said, his voice cracking. "If he turns, we're all dead." Chen, torn between her scientific instincts and her humanity, finally spoke up. "There has to be another way. We can't just abandon him." But the organism wasn't waiting for them to decide. It was spreading through the crew, manipulating their thoughts, amplifying their fears and insecurities. Suspicion took root, turning allies into enemies. Patel accused Chen of hiding symptoms, while Voss found herself questioning her own sanity. The shuttle, once a haven of teamwork and camaraderie, had become a prison of paranoia and distrust. As the situation spiraled out of control, Voss realized the true cost of their mission. The organism wasn't just a physical threat, it was a psychological weapon, exploiting their deepest fears and turning them against each other. She knew they couldn't win this battle with brute force alone. They would have to outthink it, outlast it, and make sacrifices no one should ever have to face. The survivors stood on the edge of an abyss, their choices narrowing with each passing second. Every decision carried the weight of life and death, and every action could mean the difference between salvation and annihilation. The shuttle's walls seemed to close in around them, the air thick with the scent of decay and desperation. Time was running out, and the organism was watching, waiting, ready to claim its next victim. The shuttle shuddered violently as the AI's voice, once calm and measured, began to glitch and distort. "Warning, system integrity compromised," it announced, its tone now erratic, almost mocking. The lights flickered, casting eerie shadows across the cramped cockpit. Voss gripped the control panel, her knuckles white. The organism, it's in the system, she said, her voice tight with urgency. It's rewriting the AI's code. If we don't act fast, it'll take full control. Around her, the crew scrambled. Martinez, the pilot, was already pulling up the manual override protocols on his console. I'm trying to isolate the corrupted sectors, but it's spreading too fast, he muttered, his fingers flying over the keys. We're losing navigation, life support, everything. Voss leaned over his shoulder, her eyes scanning the rapidly changing data streams. Disconnect the AI, she ordered, her voice cutting through the chaos. Shut it down completely. We'll have to fly this thing manually. Martinez hesitated for a fraction of a second. Manual controls in this mess, that's suicide. Do it, Voss barked, her tone leaving no room for argument. With a grim nod, Martinez initiated the emergency disconnect sequence. The shuttle lurched as the AI's systems went dark, plunging the cockpit into near silence. The only sounds now were the faint hum of the engines and the low, ominous creak of the ship's hull. Voss took a deep breath, her hands steady as she reached for the manual controls. We're on our own now, she said, her voice calm but heavy with the weight of their situation. No AI, no backup, just us and this ship. The crew exchanged uneasy glances, the gravity of their predicament sinking in. Without the AI, every decision, every maneuver would fall on their shoulders. The margin for error was razor thin, and the stakes couldn't be higher. Martinez adjusted his grip on the controls, his face set in grim determination. All right, let's do this, Voss, take the helm, I'll handle navigation. The rest of you, monitor the system's life support, power, anything that keeps us alive. We can't afford to miss a single detail. As Voss guided the shuttle through the debris-filled void, the strain was palpable. Every movement required precision, every calculation had to be perfect. The organism's influence had left the ship's systems unstable, and even the simplest tasks became fraught with danger. Power levels fluctuating, Chen reported from the engineering station. We're drawing more energy than we should. If this keeps up, we'll burn through our reserves in minutes. Divert power from non-essential systems, Voss replied, her focus never wavering. Shut down everything we don't need. We'll run on bare minimums if we have to. The tension in the cockpit was suffocating, each second stretching into an eternity. Outside the viewport, the stars seemed to blur as the shuttle strained against the pull of the organism's influence. It was a race against time, a battle not just for survival but for control of their own fate. Voss's hands moved with practiced ease, her years of experience guiding her through the chaos. But even she couldn't suppress the flicker of doubt that crept into her mind. Could they really outmaneuver an enemy that had already infiltrated every inch of their ship? As the shuttle shuddered again, this time more violently, Voss tightened her grip on the controls. Hold it together, she muttered, more to herself than anyone else. We're not done yet. The crew worked in silence, their movements sharp and deliberate. Every second counted, every decision could mean the difference between life and death. And as the shuttle plunged deeper into the unknown, one thing became painfully clear. They were truly on their own, no AI to guide them, no safety net to catch them if they fell. Just their wits, their training, and their unyielding will to survive. The organism loomed in their systems like a shadow, its presence a constant reminder of the danger they faced. But for now, they had a chance, a slim, precarious chance, to fight back, and Voss wasn't about to let it slip away. The airlock hissed shut behind them, sealing the crew of the Erebus in the cold, metallic embrace of the derelict ship. The faint hum of their suit systems was the only sound, a stark contrast to the eerie silence of the abandoned vessel. Captain Reyes led the way, her helmet's beam cutting through the darkness like a blade. The walls were corroded, streaked with something that looked like dried veins, and the air, what little there was, smelled faintly of decay. Stay sharp, Reyes murmured, her voice crackling over the comms. This place hasn't seen life in years, but that doesn't mean we're alone. The crew moved cautiously, their boots clanging softly against the grated floor. Every step echoed, a reminder of how exposed they were. They had come here out of desperation, hoping to scavenge supplies or, better yet, find a working ship to escape the nightmare they'd stumbled into. But as they ventured deeper, the signs of something far worse began to emerge. The first clue was the organic growths. They clung to the walls like tumors, pulsating faintly as if alive. Engineer Jansen leaned in for a closer look, his gloved hand hovering over one of the growths. "This isn't just corrosion," he said, his voice tense. "This is a biological. It's spreading like some kind of infection." Before he could pull back, the growth twitched and a tendril lashed out, narrowly missing his visor. Jansen stumbled backward, his breath quick. "It's not dormant, it's watching us." The crew froze, their weapons raised. The derelict ship wasn't just abandoned, it was infested. The organism they had encountered back on the Erebus wasn't confined to their vessel. It had spread here too, and it was waiting. Reyes tightened her grip on her pulse rifle. "We need to move fast, find what we came for and get out before it." Her words were cut off by a low, guttural sound that reverberated through the corridors. It wasn't mechanical, it wasn't human, it was alive, and it was coming closer. The crew formed a tight circle, their training kicking in, but the fear was palpable. They had faced this thing before, and they knew how relentless it was. As they pressed forward, the ship seemed to shift around them, the corridors twisting and narrowing as if alive. The walls pulsed faintly, and the air grew thicker, harder to breathe. Every shadow seemed to move, every sound amplified. Then, without warning, the organism struck. A mass of writhing tendrils burst from a vent, lashing out at the crew. Pulse rifles fired, lighting up the darkness with bursts of energy, but the organism was relentless. It absorbed the shots, its tendrils regenerating almost instantly. "Fall back," Reyes shouted, but the path behind them was already sealed. The growths on the walls had expanded, blocking their retreat. They were trapped, forced to fight their way through. Medic Alvarez took a hit, a tendril wrapping around her leg and yanking her off her feet. She screamed, clawing at the floor as the organism began dragging her toward a gaping hole in the wall. Jansen lunged forward, hacking at the tendril with a vibroblade until it released her. The crew regrouped, their movements frantic but coordinated. They knew they couldn't stay in one place, the organism would overwhelm them. Reyes spotted a control panel up ahead, its screen flickering faintly. "There, if we can get that panel online, we might be able to open a path to the cargo bay." Jansen nodded, already pulling tools from his belt. He worked quickly, his hands steady despite the chaos around them, but the organism wasn't done. A massive wave of tendrils surged toward them, forcing the crew to split up. Reyes and Alvarez held the line, their rifles spitting fire, while Jansen frantically worked on the panel. Almost there, he shouted, his voice strained. Sparks flew as he bypassed the damaged circuits, and with a final surge of power, the panel lit up. The doors ahead groaned open, revealing a path to the cargo bay. The crew didn't hesitate. They ran, their boots pounding against the floor as the organism closed in behind them. The cargo bay was a maze of crates and debris, but at its center was something they hadn't expected, a small, intact shuttle. It was old, its hull dented and scorched, but it looked functional. Reyes' heart leaped. "That's our way out. Get it prepped now." But as they approached the shuttle, the organism struck again. This time, it wasn't just tendrils, it was a massive, grotesque form, a fusion of flesh and metal that loomed over them like a nightmare made real. The crew opened fire, their weapons barely slowing it down. They were out of time, out of options, and out of luck, or so it seemed, because just as the creature lunged, the shuttle's engines roared to life. Jansen had done it. "Get in," he yelled, his voice barely audible over the din. The crew scrambled aboard, the shuttle's doors slamming shut just as the creature's claws scraped against the hull. The engines flared, and with a deafening roar, the shuttle shot out of the cargo bay, leaving the derelict ship and the organism behind. But as they flew into the void, Rays couldn't shake the feeling that they hadn't escaped. Not really. The organism was still out there, waiting, and it wasn't done with them yet. The dim glow of the emergency lights flickered as the crew huddled around the escape pod, its sleek, functional design a stark contrast to the decaying interior of the derelict ship. It was a lifeline, a chance for one of them to make it out alive, but there was a catch: only one seat. The air grew heavy with tension as they realized the gravity of the decision before them. Captain Arlen broke the silence, her voice steady but laced with unease. "We'll draw lots. It's the fairest way." The crew nodded, their faces pale under the eerie light. Each of them knew the stakes. The ship was deteriorating, the walls groaning as if the vessel itself were alive and slowly succumbing to the void. The organism they'd encountered earlier, a shadowy, pulsating mass that seemed to thrive on fear and despair, was still out there, lurking in the darkness. It had already claimed two of their own, and the crew could feel its presence closing in. Drawing lots felt like the only way to maintain some semblance of order, but even that fragile plan began to unravel almost immediately. As Arlen prepared the slips of paper, the organism's influence began to seep into their minds. It was subtle at first, a whisper here, a fleeting thought there. But soon, the whispers grew louder, more insidious. The crew members glanced at one another, their expressions shifting from camaraderie to suspicion. The organism preyed on their deepest fears and insecurities, amplifying doubts and planting seeds of mistrust. "You think she's rigging the draw," a voice murmured in the back of someone's mind. "Why should she get to decide who lives and who dies?" The thought wasn't their own, but it felt real, urgent. Another crew member clenched their fists, convinced that their colleague was hiding something, a weapon maybe, or a plan to take the pod by force. The lines between reality and the organism's manipulations blurred, and the once unified crew began to fracture. When the first slip was drawn, the tension exploded. "This isn't fair," someone shouted, their voice trembling with anger. "Why should you get to go?" The accusation hung in the air, sharp and venomous. The organism reveled in the chaos, its tendrils of influence weaving deeper into their thoughts. Paranoia took hold, and the crew turned on one another, their voices rising in a cacophony of fear and distrust. Arlen tried to restore order, but even she wasn't immune. The organism whispered to her too, planting images of her crew betraying her, plotting against her. She shook her head, trying to clear the invasive thoughts, but they clung to her like a second skin. The escape pod, once a symbol of hope, now seemed like a curse, a catalyst for their downfall. In the midst of the chaos, the organism revealed its true nature. It wasn't just a predator, it was a puppeteer, feeding on their emotions and using them as tools to sow discord. The crew's unity, their strength, was the only thing keeping them alive, and the organism was determined to strip it away. As the arguments escalated, the lights flickered again, plunging the room into near darkness. In the shadows, something moved, a low, guttural sound that sent chills down their spines. The crew froze, their fear momentarily overriding the organism's manipulations. But it was too late. The damage had been done, trust was shattered, and the escape pod, their last hope, stood as a silent witness to their unraveling. The question wasn't just who would take the pod, it was whether any of them could survive long enough to use it. The organism had already won, and the crew was left to face the consequences of their fractured minds. The airlock hissed, a sharp, metallic sound that seemed to echo endlessly in the confined space. Dr. Voss stood at the threshold, her back to the escape pod, her gaze fixed on the writhing mass of the organism that had already claimed so many of her crew. Her hands trembled, but her voice was steady. "Go," she said, her tone firm, almost commanding. "Get to the pod, now." The remaining crew hesitated, their faces pale, their eyes darting between her and the creature that pulsed and shifted just beyond the airlock door. It was a grotesque thing, a living nightmare of tendrils and shifting shapes, its surface glistening with an unnatural sheen. It had already breached the ship's defenses, its tendrils slithering through the corridors, hunting them down one by one. They had no time to argue, no time to mourn the ones they'd already lost. Dr. Voss stepped forward, her boots clicking against the metal floor. She didn't look back. She couldn't. If she did, she might falter, and there was no room for hesitation now. Her mind raced with calculations, with the cold, hard logic that had always guided her. The pod could only hold so many. The organism was too close. Someone had to stay behind to ensure the others made it out alive. "I'll hold it off," she said, her voice cutting through the tension like a blade. "Just tell them what happened here. Don't let this be for nothing." The crew hesitated, their faces etched with a mix of fear and guilt. They knew what she was offering, what she was sacrificing. But they also knew they had no choice. The organism was moving faster now, its tendrils lashing out, probing, searching for its next victim. "Go," she shouted, her voice cracking with urgency. The crew scrambled into the pod, their movements frantic, desperate. The door hissed shut behind them, sealing them in just as the organism surged forward. Dr. Voss didn't flinch. She stood her ground, her hand hovering over the control panel that would override the airlock and send the pod hurtling into the void. Her other hand clutched a makeshift weapon, a jury-rigged flamethrower, its fuel canister nearly empty. It wouldn't hold the creature off for long, but it didn't need to. She just needed to buy the pod enough time to launch. The organism loomed closer, its tendrils weaving through the air like serpents. She could see it now, up close in horrifying detail. Its surface was a mosaic of shifting textures, some smooth and glassy, others rough and jagged like fractured bone. It pulsed with a sickly, bioluminescent glow, casting eerie shadows on the walls. And there, deep within its core, she thought she could see something that almost looked human. A face, twisted and distorted, frozen in a silent scream. She shuddered, but there was no time to dwell on it. The tendrils lashed out, and she fired the flamethrower, the burst of flame scorching the air. The creature recoiled, its tendrils curling back, but only for a moment. It was learning, adapting. It wouldn't be fooled for long. Her hand slammed down on the control panel, and the pod's engines roared to life. The airlock door began to close, but the organism was faster. A tendril shot forward, wrapping around her leg, its grip like iron. She screamed, more in rage than in pain, and brought the flamethrower down on it, the flames searing its flesh. The tendril released her, but another took its place, coiling around her arm, pulling her toward the creature's pulsating core. She fought with everything she had, her teeth clenched, her muscles straining against the creature's grip. But it was too strong. She could feel it now, seeping into her skin, burrowing into her veins. It was inside her, spreading like a virus, rewriting her cells, her DNA. The pod was clear now, its thrusters firing as it launched into the void. She could see it through the narrowing gap of the airlock door, a tiny speck of light against the vast, uncaring darkness. Relief washed over her, mingling with the growing numbness in her limbs. She had done it. They were safe. Her vision blurred, the edges of her consciousness fraying. She could feel the organism taking hold, its tendrils weaving through her mind, her memories. But there was one thought, one final command that burned brighter than the rest. "Tell them," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the creature's guttural growls. "Tell them what happened here." And then the airlock door sealed shut and the ship was silent. The escape pod shuddered as it breached the atmosphere of the nearby planet, its heat shield glowing a fiery red before the automated system stabilized its descent. The survivor, battered and exhausted, could barely make out the sprawling cityscape below through the pod's small viewport. Towers of gleaming metal and glass rose from the horizon, their lights flickering like distant stars. Relief washed over them, safety at last, but that relief was short-lived. As the pod touched down in a designated landing zone, a swarm of figures in biohazard suits surrounded it, their movements sharp and deliberate. They weren't welcoming a survivor, they were containing a threat. The pod hissed open, and the survivor was immediately seized, their protests drowned out by the sterile hum of decontamination protocols. Quarantine protocol activated, a monotone voice announced over the loudspeakers. All personnel maintain Level 4 containment procedures. The survivor was rushed through a series of airlocks, each one sealing shut behind them with a finality that made their stomach churn. They were stripped of their clothing, scrubbed down with harsh chemicals, and then placed in a transparent isolation chamber. Through the glass, they could see scientists and medics observing them with a mix of curiosity and dread. Something was wrong, terribly wrong. It didn't take long for the survivor to piece together what was happening. The organism, the alien entity they had unwittingly carried from the derelict colony, hadn't just infected them. It had spread. The quarantine wasn't just for their safety, it was for the planet's. The medics began running tests, their faces growing paler with each result. Scans revealed microscopic traces of the organism in the survivor's bloodstream, but more alarmingly, in the air around them. The entity wasn't just a parasite, it was airborne, capable of surviving and replicating in even the most hostile environments. And it had already begun to infiltrate the planet's ecosystem. The survivor watched in horror as a nearby medic suddenly collapsed, coughing violently. The organism had found a new host. Panic erupted in the quarantine facility as more people began showing symptoms: rashes, fever, and then the unmistakable signs of the entity's influence. Their eyes darkened, their movements became erratic, and their voices took on a chilling uniformity. The survivor realized with sinking dread that they had brought not just a plague but an invasion. The organism wasn't merely infecting individuals, it was assimilating them, turning them into extensions of itself. Outside the facility, the planet's government scrambled to contain the outbreak, but it was too late. The organism had already spread beyond the quarantine zone, carried by air currents, contaminated water, and unsuspecting carriers. Entire districts were sealed off, but the entity's adaptability made containment nearly impossible. It thrived in the planet's dense urban centers, where close contact and shared resources allowed it to propagate at an alarming rate. The survivor, still trapped in their isolation chamber, could only watch as the world outside descended into chaos. They had escaped the derelict colony only to deliver doom to an unsuspecting civilization. As the hours turned to days, the survivor began to notice changes in their own body. The organism wasn't just a passenger, it was rewriting them cell by cell. Their thoughts grew fragmented, their memories blurred. They could feel the entity's presence in their mind, cold and calculating, urging them to surrender. But even as their resistance waned, a single thought burned through the haze: they had to warn others. The organism's reach extended far beyond this planet. If it wasn't stopped here, it would spread to the stars, consuming everything in its path. The survivor's story wasn't just about survival anymore. It was about preventing an apocalyptic chain reaction that could doom the entire galaxy. The air was thick with tension as the survivor sat in the cold, sterile interrogation room, the harsh light above casting long shadows across their weary face. Planetary authorities, clad in biohazard suits, pressed for answers, their voices sharp and demanding. "Tell us exactly what happened on the colony. What did you see?" What caused this? But the survivors' words came out fragmented, trembling with the weight of memories too horrific to fully articulate. They spoke of the organism, an entity unlike anything humanity had ever encountered. A living nightmare that didn't just kill, it consumed, transformed, and spread. The authorities exchanged uneasy glances, their confidence wavering as the survivors' account unfolded. Meanwhile, unnoticed in the shadows of the quarantine facility, something sinister was stirring. The organism, smuggled in through the survivors' contaminated gear, had already begun its insidious work. It thrived in the damp, forgotten corners of the facility, its tendrils creeping through ventilation shafts and seeping into the walls. The first signs of infection were subtle, a faint, almost imperceptible hum in the air, a strange discoloration on a technician's glove after a routine check. But soon, the facility's pristine sterility gave way to chaos. A maintenance worker tasked with inspecting the air filtration system was the first to fall. One moment they were kneeling by a vent, flashlight in hand. The next they were gone, replaced by something grotesque and writhing. The transformation was swift, almost surgical in its precision. The organism didn't just kill its host, it absorbed them, repurposing their flesh into a vessel for its own propagation. Alarms blared as the facility descended into panic, but it was too late. The infection had already taken root, spreading through the corridors like wildfire. Security teams, armed and armored, moved in to contain the outbreak, but the organism was relentless. It adapted, evolved, and struck with a terrifying intelligence. One by one, the teams fell, their weapons useless against a foe that seemed to anticipate their every move. The facility, once a bastion of safety, had become a death trap, a labyrinth of corridors now teeming with horrors that defied comprehension. Back in the interrogation room, the survivors' pleas grew more desperate. "You don't understand, it's not just here, it's everywhere, you can't stop it." The authorities, now visibly shaken, began to realize the gravity of the situation. The facility's containment protocols had failed, and the organism was no longer confined. It had breached the quarantine, spreading into the surrounding areas, and with it, the horror grew. Outside, the planet's inhabitants went about their lives, unaware of the nightmare unfolding behind the facility's walls. But it was only a matter of time before the infection reached them. The organism, a perfect predator, had found a new breeding ground, and this time there was no escape. The survivors' warning echoed in the minds of those who had heard it, a grim prophecy of what was to come. The horror had spread, and there was no turning back. The planetary authorities sprang into action as soon as the first signs of the outbreak became undeniable. Emergency protocols were activated, quarantine zones established, and all available resources diverted to contain the threat. Teams of scientists, armed with the latest technology, worked around the clock to analyze the organism, hoping to find a weakness, a way to halt its relentless spread. But the organism was unlike anything they had ever encountered. It didn't just resist their efforts, it adapted, evolving at a pace that left even the most seasoned experts baffled. At first, the containment measures seemed to work. The affected areas were sealed off, and the authorities were cautiously optimistic. But within days, the organism began to outmaneuver them. It altered its structure, bypassing the chemical agents designed to neutralize it. It infiltrated systems thought to be secure, spreading through air filtration units, water supplies, and even the protective suits worn by the containment teams. Every attempt to stop it only seemed to make it stronger, more resilient. The survivor, their voice trembling with a mix of fear and urgency, tried to warn them. "You can't stop it," they said, their words echoing through the command center. "It's too late. It's already learned how to survive everything you're throwing at it. Every time you try to fight it, it adapts. It's not just alive, it's intelligent, and it's not going to let you win." The authorities hesitated, torn between the survivors' grim warning and their duty to protect the colony. They doubled down on their efforts, deploying more aggressive tactics, but the organism continued to spread, its reach expanding exponentially. Entire sectors of the colony fell silent, their communications cut off, their inhabitants unaccounted for. The once bustling corridors now echoed with an eerie stillness, broken only by the occasional sound of distant movement, something skittering, something growing. As the situation grew more dire, the survivors' words began to haunt those in charge. "You can't stop it, it's too late." The phrase became a chilling mantra, whispered in the shadows of the command center as the walls seemed to close in around them. The organism was no longer just a threat, it was a force of nature, unstoppable and unrelenting. And yet, they couldn't bring themselves to give up. They had to try, even if it meant risking everything. But the survivor knew better than anyone what they were up against. They had seen the organism in action, felt its cold, unyielding presence. It wasn't just a pathogen or a parasite. It was something far more sinister, a being that thrived on chaos and destruction. And now it had the upper hand. The colony, once a beacon of human ingenuity and resilience, was on the brink of collapse, and the survivors' warning hung heavy in the air, a grim reminder of the inevitable. "You can't stop it, it's too late." The scene was set for a desperate struggle, one that would test the limits of human endurance and ingenuity. But as the organism continued its relentless advance, one question loomed larger than all the others. How do you fight something that learns from every move you make? The answer, it seemed, was slipping further and further out of reach. The announcement came without warning, crackling over every communication channel like a death knell. The planet's government, desperate and cornered, declared martial law. Soldiers in riot gear flooded the streets, their faces obscured by helmets, their weapons gleaming under the dim, flickering lights of the colony. The air was thick with tension, a palpable fear that seemed to seep into every corner of the city. But even as the authorities tried to maintain order, something far more insidious was already spreading beneath the surface, something no amount of armed force could contain. The organism, once confined to the shadows of the abandoned research facility, had found its way into the population. It moved silently, almost imperceptibly, infecting its hosts through the smallest of wounds or even the air they breathed. At first, the symptoms were subtle, a cough here, a fever there, but within hours the infected began to change. Their skin took on a sickly, metallic sheen, their limbs twisting and elongating in unnatural ways. Eyes glazed over, replaced by a cold, mechanical glow. The transformation was horrifying, a grotesque fusion of flesh and machine that defied comprehension. These were no longer people, they were something else entirely, monstrous, biomechanical abominations driven by an alien intelligence. The survivor, still reeling from the horrors they had witnessed in the research facility, knew they couldn't stay. The streets, once bustling with life, had become a war zone. Screams echoed through the air as the infected descended on the uninfected, their movements jerky and inhuman yet terrifyingly efficient. The survivor moved quickly, keeping to the shadows, their heart pounding in their chest. Every corner turn brought new dangers, a pack of infected stalking the alleys, soldiers firing wildly into the chaos, the ever-present hum of the organism's influence growing louder in their mind. As they fled, the survivor couldn't help but notice the eerie precision of the infected. They moved with a strange coordination, as if guided by a single, malevolent will. It was as though the organism had turned the entire colony into its own twisted hive, each infected individual a cog in its horrifying machine. The survivor's thoughts raced. How far had it spread? How many were already infected? And most importantly, was there any way to stop it? The government's attempts to contain the outbreak only seemed to make things worse. Quarantine zones were overrun almost instantly, the soldiers falling victim to the organism's relentless advance. Broadcasts from the authorities crackled with desperation, their orders growing more frantic by the minute. Stay indoors, they urged. Do not engage the infected. But it was too late. The organism was everywhere, its tendrils wrapping around the colony like a suffocating vine. The survivors' journey became a desperate race against time. Every step was a gamble, every decision a matter of life and death. They scavenged what supplies they could, food, water, a makeshift weapon, but it was never enough. The infected were relentless, their grotesque forms a constant reminder of the nightmare that had consumed the colony. And yet, amidst the chaos, the survivor clung to a fragile hope. Somewhere deep within the labyrinth of the colony, there had to be answers, a way to fight back, a way to survive, but for now, survival meant running. Running from the infected, running from the soldiers, running from the ever-present shadow of the organism that seemed to grow stronger with every passing moment. The streets blurred into a haze of fear and adrenaline, the survivors' breath coming in ragged gasps. They didn't know where they were going, only that they couldn't stop. Not yet, not while the nightmare was still chasing them. The survivor, battered and weary from their solitary struggle against the relentless organism, stumbles upon a group of resistance fighters holed up in the remnants of an old research facility. These fighters, a mix of scientists, soldiers, and civilians, have banded together in a desperate attempt to stop the organism's spread. At first, the survivor feels a flicker of hope finally. They're not alone in this fight. But as they settle into the group, the grim reality sets in. The organism is evolving, growing smarter and more dangerous with every passing day. What began as a mindless, creeping threat has now developed a chilling intelligence, adapting to their tactics and striking with precision. The resistance fighters are determined, but they're also painfully aware of their limitations. Their numbers are dwindling, their resources are scarce, and every encounter with the organism leaves them more battered than before. The survivor quickly learns that this isn't just a battle of strength, it's a battle of wits. The organism isn't just reacting anymore, it's predicting. It learns from their strategies, exploiting their weaknesses and turning their own weapons against them. One night, during a mission to sabotage a nest of the organism's growths, the group realizes the full extent of its intelligence. The traps they set are dismantled before they can be triggered, and the paths they thought were safe are suddenly swarming with tendrils and spores. It's as if the organism is watching, waiting, and planning. The group's leader, a former microbiologist named Dr. Elina Vasquez, explains that the organism isn't just adapting, it's communicating. She believes it's using some kind of hive mind network, sharing information across vast distances in ways they can't yet comprehend. This revelation sends a wave of dread through the group. If the organism can think, strategize, and even anticipate their moves, how can they possibly hope to defeat it? The survivor begins to question whether their fight is even worth it. But then they remember the faces of those they've lost, the friends, the family, the strangers who didn't deserve this fate. Giving up isn't an option, not when the stakes are this high. As the days turn into weeks, the group devises new tactics, experimenting with ways to disrupt the organism's communication network. They try everything from electromagnetic pulses to chemical disruptors, but the organism adapts faster than they can innovate. Each failure chips away at their morale, and tensions within the group begin to rise. Some argue for a full retreat, believing they're only delaying the inevitable. Others, like the survivor and Dr. Vasquez, insist they have to keep fighting, no matter the cost. The survivor finds themselves stepping into a leadership role, rallying the group with quiet determination and a refusal to back down. The turning point comes during a daring raid on one of the organism's central hubs. The group discovers that the organism has begun to integrate itself into the colony's infrastructure, using the abandoned technology to amplify its reach. It's no longer just a biological threat, it's becoming a technological one. The survivor realizes that if they don't act soon, the organism will achieve complete dominion over the colony, leaving no chance for escape or survival. But even as they prepare for what might be their final stand, the survivor can't shake the feeling that the organism is always one step ahead. Its intelligence grows with every encounter, and the question lingers in the air: can they outsmart something that's always learning, always evolving? The tension is palpable as the group prepares for their next move. The survivor knows that this fight isn't just about survival anymore. It's about proving that humanity, even in its darkest hour, still has the will to resist. But as they stare into the abyss of the organism's growing power, they can't help but wonder, is it already too late? The tension in the room was palpable as the resistance fighters huddled around a flickering holographic map, their faces illuminated by its pale blue glow. They had spent weeks studying the organism's movements, its patterns, and its vulnerabilities. Now a breakthrough had emerged, a faint, pulsing signal deep within the colony's ruins. It was the central hive, the heart of the organism's sprawling network. Destroy it, and they might just cripple the creature's ability to spread and dominate. But there was a catch. The hive was buried beneath layers of collapsed infrastructure, crawling with the organism's tendrils and spores. Getting there would require navigating a labyrinth of death, and even if someone made it, the odds of returning were slim to none. The room fell silent as the gravity of the mission settled over them. Each fighter knew what this meant. It wasn't just a dangerous mission, it was a one-way trip. The kind of mission that demanded sacrifice, the kind that only someone with nothing left to lose could take on. That's when the survivor stepped forward. His name was barely a whisper among the group now, a man who had lost everything, his family, his home, even his sense of purpose. He had been a ghost among them, moving silently through the ranks, his eyes hollow but determined. When he spoke, his voice was steady, cutting through the heavy silence like a blade. "I'll do it," he said, his gaze fixed on the holographic map. "I've got nothing left to lose." The words hung in the air, heavy with meaning. No one tried to argue with him. They all knew the truth. This was his fight as much as it was theirs, maybe even more so. For him, this wasn't just about survival or strategy. It was about redemption. A chance to make his loss mean something, to turn his pain into purpose. The plan was laid out quickly. He would infiltrate the ruins alone, armed with a device capable of disrupting the hive's energy core. The resistance would provide a distraction, drawing the organism's attention away from the hive, but everything depended on timing. One misstep and the entire mission would collapse. As the survivor prepared to leave, the others gathered around him, not with words of encouragement or pity, but with silent acknowledgement. They knew this wasn't the kind of moment you could dress up with speeches. It was raw, it was real, and it was the kind of sacrifice that would define their struggle. He moved through the ruins like a shadow, every step deliberate, every breath measured. The organism's tendrils writhed around him, their alien bioluminescence casting eerie shadows on the crumbling walls. The air was thick with spores, each one a reminder of the danger closing in around him. But he didn't falter. His focus was absolute, his resolve unshakable. When he finally reached the hive, it was unlike anything he had ever seen. A pulsing mass of organic matter, veins of light coursing through it like a living network. It was both beautiful and horrifying, a testament to the organism's alien intelligence. He set the device at the base of the hive, his hands steady despite the adrenaline coursing through him. As the countdown began, he allowed himself a moment of reflection. He thought of his family, of the life he had lost, and of the future he was helping to secure. It wasn't a perfect ending, but it was his ending, and in that moment he found a strange kind of peace. The explosion was massive, a shockwave of light and sound that rippled through the ruins. The organism's tendrils recoiled, its network faltering as the hive's core was obliterated. For the resistance fighters watching from afar, it was a moment of triumph and sorrow. They had struck a blow against the organism, but the cost had been high. Back in the ruins, the survivor's sacrifice had left a void, but also a spark of hope. His actions had weakened the organism, giving the resistance a fighting chance. And in that act of selflessness, he had given them something even more precious, a reminder of what they were fighting for and why they couldn't give up. The mission had been suicidal, but it had also been necessary. And as the resistance regrouped, they carried his memory with them, a beacon of courage in the face of overwhelming darkness. The survivor moved cautiously through the narrow, pulsating tunnels of the hive, every step a calculated risk. The walls seemed almost alive, throbbing with a sickly rhythm that echoed the heartbeat of the organism itself. The air was thick with an acrid stench, a mixture of decay and something metallic like blood and rust. Shadows danced unnaturally, as if the hive were watching, waiting. Every sound, the drip of viscous fluid, the faint skittering of unseen things felt amplified, a constant reminder of the danger lurking just out of sight. As they pressed deeper, the hive's defenses began to reveal themselves. Tendrils snapped out from the walls, lashing at the survivor with alarming speed. They dodged, barely avoiding the razor-sharp edges that seemed to grow more aggressive with every passing moment. Mutated creatures, twisted hybrids of flesh and machinery, emerged from the darkness, their glowing eyes fixed on the intruder. These were no ordinary predators. They were the organism's enforcers, designed to hunt, to kill, to protect the hive at all costs. The survivor fought back with everything they had, using weapons scavenged from the colony's ruins and sheer determination to keep moving forward. But the hive was relentless. For every creature they took down, two more seemed to take its place. The air grew heavier, the walls closer, as if the hive itself was tightening its grip. Time was running out. The survivor knew they couldn't hold out much longer. Amid the chaos, they managed to reach the heart of the hive, a massive chamber pulsing with bioluminescent light. Here, the organism's core lay exposed, a grotesque mass of flesh and machinery intertwined in a nightmarish symbiosis. This was the target. The survivor quickly planted the explosives, their hands trembling as they set the timers. But as they turned to leave, the chamber erupted with movement. From every corner, mutated creatures poured in, their twisted forms blocking every exit. The survivor was surrounded, outnumbered, and running out of options. The explosives were set, but escape seemed impossible. The creatures advanced, their glowing eyes narrowing with predatory intent. The survivor braced themselves, gripping their weapon tightly, knowing this might be their final stand. The hive had them exactly where it wanted them, trapped, alone, and at the mercy of an organism that had no mercy to give. Yet, even in the face of overwhelming odds, the survivor refused to give up. They had come too far, sacrificed too much to let it end here. The explosives would go off, destroying the hive and giving the colony a chance to survive. But first, they had to find a way to fight their way out, or at least buy enough time to ensure the hive's destruction. The timer ticked down, the creatures closed in, and the survivor prepared for one last desperate battle. The air was thick with tension as the survivor stood at the heart of the hive, their hands trembling on the detonator. Around them, the grotesque walls of the organism pulsed with a sickly rhythm, as though it knew its end was near. The explosives, carefully placed at the hive's core, were primed and ready. This was it, the moment of no return. With a deep breath, the survivor closed their eyes and pressed the trigger. A deafening roar tore through the hive as the explosives ignited, sending shockwaves rippling through the cavernous structure. The walls shuddered and collapsed, the alien organism screeching in agony as its tendrils writhed and dissolved into ash. The explosion tore through the hive's network, severing its hold on the planet. For a brief, fleeting moment, there was silence, a stillness that felt almost unnatural after the chaos. But the cost of victory was staggering. The blast had left the surrounding landscape in ruins. Jagged fissures split the ground, and the once ominous hive was now a smoldering crater. The sky, once choked with the organism's spores, was now clear, but the planet itself seemed to groan under the weight of its devastation. The survivors stumbled out of the wreckage, their body battered and their mind reeling. The mission had succeeded, or so they thought. Alone on the barren surface, the survivor gazed out at the desolation. The colony they had fought so hard to save was gone, reduced to rubble and ash. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the faint crackle of flames and the occasional rumble of collapsing debris. They had destroyed the hive, but at what cost? The organism's influence had been vast, its tendrils reaching deep into the planet's core. Without it, the planet's fragile ecosystem began to unravel. The air grew colder, the ground more unstable. It was as if the organism had been the planet's lifeblood, and now with it gone, the world was dying. Doubt crept into the survivor's mind. Had they truly succeeded? The hive was destroyed, but the planet was no longer habitable. The colony was lost, and with it, any hope of rebuilding. The survivors' thoughts turned to their fallen comrades, those who had sacrificed everything to get them this far. Had it been worth it? Were their deaths in vain? The questions gnawed at them, each one heavier than the last. As they wandered through the ruins, the survivors' resolve began to waver. The weight of isolation pressed down on them, a stark reminder that they were now utterly alone. No reinforcements were coming, no rescue ships would arrive to whisk them away from this nightmare. They were left to face the aftermath of their choices, unsure if they had truly saved anything or anyone. The sky darkened as the planet's atmosphere continued to deteriorate. The survivor knew they couldn't stay here, but where could they go? The colony's ships were destroyed, and the nearest outpost was light years away. The reality of their situation settled in like a crushing weight. They had fought so hard, endured so much, only to be left with nothing but questions and ash. Yet, even in the face of despair, a flicker of determination remained. The survivor had come this far by refusing to give up. They had faced the unimaginable and survived. Perhaps somewhere in the ruins there was a way forward. A battered communicator strapped to their wrist crackled faintly, and for a moment hope flickered. Was it a signal, a glitch, or something more? The survivor tightened their grip on the communicator and pressed on, their steps slow but deliberate. They didn't have all the answers, but one thing was certain: they weren't done fighting. Not yet. The passing starship, a sleek vessel marked by the scars of countless voyages through the void, emerged like a beacon of salvation. Its airlock hissed open, and the survivors stumbled aboard, their body trembling from exhaustion and their mind fractured by the horrors they had endured. The crew, a mix of seasoned spacers and curious scientists, gathered around, their expressions a blend of awe and concern. Here was someone who had faced the unimaginable and lived to tell the tale, though the tale itself was far from over. As the survivor was tended to, their haunted eyes told a story words could not fully capture. They spoke of the colony, now a graveyard swallowed by the planet's unforgiving atmosphere. They spoke of the organism, a living nightmare that had twisted reality itself, bending the minds of those it touched. And they spoke of the whispers, those insidious, unrelenting whispers that seemed to follow them even now in the sterile confines of the starship. The crew listened, their unease growing with every word. This was no ordinary survivor. This was someone who carried a shadow with them, a darkness that clung to their very soul. But the true horror was only beginning to reveal itself. As the starship made its way through the void, reports began to trickle in from nearby systems. Strange phenomena were being observed on planets that had once been thriving hubs of life. Entire ecosystems were collapsing, their flora and fauna mutating into grotesque, unrecognizable forms. Colonies were going silent, their communications replaced by static or, worse, by the same eerie whispers the survivor had described. It was as though the organism had not been confined to that single doomed planet. It had spread, its tendrils reaching across the stars, infecting worlds with its incomprehensible malice. The survivor's story took on a new urgency. What had begun as a tale of survival now became a warning, a dire prophecy of a threat that could not be contained. The crew, once hopeful that they had rescued someone from the brink of despair, now found themselves grappling with a far greater question. Had they, in their act of salvation, inadvertently brought the organism closer to countless other worlds? The survivors' presence aboard the ship felt less like a rescue and more like a ticking time bomb. Their memories are key to understanding the scope of the catastrophe unfolding across the galaxy. And yet, amidst the growing dread, there was a glimmer of hope. The survivors' first-hand experience made them uniquely equipped to help combat the organism's spread. Their knowledge, though painful to recount, could provide insights into its nature, its weaknesses, and its methods of propagation. The starship's crew, once divided by skepticism and fear, began to rally around this fragile hope. They knew the road ahead would be fraught with danger, but they also knew that inaction would mean the end of everything they held dear. As the starship charted its course toward the nearest affected system, the survivor stood at the viewport, staring out into the infinite black. The whispers were louder now, a cacophony of voices that seemed to echo from the very fabric of space. They knew the fight was far from over, that the organism's influence was only growing stronger. But they also knew they were no longer alone. Together with the crew, they would face the darkness not as a victim, but as a beacon of resistance in a galaxy teetering on the edge of annihilation. The journey ahead would test them in ways they could not yet comprehend, but for the first time since their ordeal began, they felt a flicker of something they had almost forgotten: hope. The survivor's voice trembled as he leaned closer to the starship's crew, his eyes darting nervously between their skeptical faces. "You don't understand," he pleaded, his words barely above a whisper. "It's not just a threat. It's alive, it's waiting, and it won't stop until it's consumed everything." The crew exchanged uneasy glances, their expressions a mix of disbelief and condescension. To them, this ragged, hollow-eyed man was little more than a relic of a failed colony, his warnings the ramblings of someone broken by the harshness of survival. One of the crew members, a tall engineer with a no-nonsense demeanor, crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow. "You expect us to believe that something out there is responsible for all this?" The colony's downfall, the missing ships, the silence from the outposts, that's a lot to swallow without proof. The survivor's jaw tightened, his frustration bubbling to the surface. He had seen it with his own eyes, felt its presence like a shadow creeping into his mind. But how could he explain something so alien, so incomprehensible to people who had never faced it? "You think I'm mad," he muttered, his voice low and bitter. "I don't blame you. I wouldn't have believed it either if I hadn't seen it. But mark my words, when you come face to face with it, when you hear it scraping at the walls, when you feel its hunger, you'll understand. And by then, it'll be too late." His words hung in the air, heavy and foreboding, but the crew's skepticism remained unshaken to them. The survivor was a cautionary tale, not a prophet. They had protocols, technology, and training. What could one man's paranoia possibly teach them? As the survivor turned away, his shoulders slumped in defeat, he muttered under his breath, "You'll see, you'll all see." It wasn't a threat, but a grim prediction born of desperation and a haunting certainty. He had tried to warn them, to spare them the horrors he had endured, but their arrogance blinded them. They were so sure of their superiority, so confident in their ability to handle whatever lay ahead. But the survivor knew better. He had seen what happened when people underestimated the organism, when they thought they could outsmart it, outrun it, or fight it. They were wrong, and now they were gone. The crew, however, dismissed his warnings as the ravings of a traumatized mind. They had a mission to complete, data to collect, and a colony to investigate. The survivors' claims were an inconvenient distraction, nothing more. One of the younger crew members, a navigator with a penchant for optimism, tried to lighten the mood. "Maybe it's just stress," he offered, his tone reassuring. "Being stranded out here for so long it'd mess with anyone's head." The survivor didn't respond. He simply stared at the floor, his hands clenched into fists. He had done what he could. The rest was up to them. As the crew prepared to descend to the colony's surface, the survivor retreated to a corner of the ship, his mind racing with memories he wished he could forget. The organism wasn't just a predator, it was something else entirely. It didn't hunt for food or territory. It consumed, assimilated, and transformed everything it touched. And it was patient. It could wait for years, decades even, until its prey let its guard down. The survivor had seen it happen. He had watched as his friends, his family, his entire world were swallowed by its insatiable hunger. And now, these strangers were walking straight into its grasp, oblivious to the danger. The starship's engines hummed softly as it approached the colony, the crew's chatter filling the air with a false sense of security. The survivor sat alone, his gaze fixed on the viewport. Outside, the planet loomed, its surface scarred and desolate. He closed his eyes, steeling himself for what was to come. They would see soon enough, they would all see. As the starship drifted through the cold expanse of space, a faint but unmistakable signal broke through the static. It was a distress call, crackling with urgency. The voice on the other end was strained, desperate, a survivor from another colony. "We need help, it's here." "The organism, it's spreading, please, you have to come." The message repeated in a loop, each word heavy with fear. The crew gathered around the comms station, their faces a mix of shock and unease. This wasn't just another mission. It was a warning, a confirmation that the nightmare they'd narrowly escaped wasn't isolated. The organism, the very thing that had decimated their own colony, was reaching further than they'd ever imagined. The survivor on the transmission was insistent, pleading for rescue. "You're the only ones close enough. If you don't come, we're all dead." But the crew hesitated. Memories of their own losses were still raw. The screams, the chaos, the friends and colleagues they'd left behind. The captain, usually decisive, stared at the blinking light on the console, weighing the risks. "If we go, we could be walking into another trap," she said, her voice low. "That thing, it's not just dangerous, it's intelligent, it lures you in." The engineer chimed in, his tone cautious. "We don't even know what we're dealing with. What if it's worse than before? What if we can't stop it this time?" The survivor's voice crackled again, more urgent now. "You don't understand. It's not just about us. If it spreads beyond this colony, it could reach others. Planets, ships, everything, you have to stop it." The weight of those words hung heavy in the air. This wasn't just about saving lives, it was about preventing a catastrophe that could ripple across the galaxy. But the crew's hesitation wasn't just about fear, it was about survival. Their ship was barely holding together after the last encounter, and resources were dwindling. "We're not equipped for this," the medic said, her voice trembling. "We barely made it out alive the first time. If we go back in, there's no guarantee we'll make it out again." The survivor's plea became almost frantic. "You're our only hope. If you don't come, no one will." The tension in the room was palpable, each crew member grappling with their own fears and responsibilities. The captain finally broke the silence. "We can't ignore this. If there's even a chance we can stop it from spreading, we have to try, but we do it smart. No risks we don't have to take." The crew exchanged uneasy glances, the gravity of the decision settling over them. They knew the stakes, they knew the cost. But they also knew that some things were bigger than their own survival. As the starship adjusted its course toward the source of the distress signal, the mood on board was tense but determined. The crew prepared for what lay ahead, each step calculated, each move deliberate. They didn't know what they'd find when they reached the colony, but one thing was certain: the organism was no longer just their problem. It was a threat to everything they knew, and they were the only ones standing in its way. The stars stretched endlessly ahead, a silent reminder of the vast, uncharted dangers that awaited them. And yet, amidst the fear and uncertainty, there was a flicker of resolve, a quiet understanding that sometimes the hardest choices are the ones that define who we are. The tension in the air was palpable as the survivor moved through the dimly lit corridors of the station, their footsteps echoing softly against the metallic walls. Every shadow seemed to twist and shift, a constant reminder of the horrors they had witnessed. The infected colony loomed in their mind like a dark specter, its memory a wound that refused to heal. They knew what had to be done. This wasn't just about survival anymore, it was about stopping the nightmare before it consumed everything. With a quick glance over their shoulder to ensure no one was watching, they slipped into the shuttle bay. The faint hum of machinery filled the space, a stark contrast to the eerie silence of the station. The survivors' hands trembled as they activated the shuttle systems, their mind racing with doubts and fears. What if they were too late? What if the infection had already spread beyond control? But there was no turning back now. The weight of responsibility pressed down on them, heavier than the gravity of the station itself. As the shuttle's engines roared to life, the survivor gripped the controls, their jaw tightening with resolve. The station's docking bay doors slid open, revealing the vast expanse of space beyond. Stars dotted the black void like distant beacons, but their gaze was fixed on one point: the infected colony, now visible as a faint red glow on the horizon. It was a place of death and despair, but also the key to ending this madness once and for all. The shuttle surged forward, its thrusters propelling it toward the colony with increasing speed. The survivor's mind drifted back to the friends they had lost, the lives torn apart by the infection. Each memory was a spark fueling their determination. They whispered under their breath, barely audible over the hum of the shuttle systems, "This ends with me." It wasn't just a statement, it was a vow. A promise to those who had fallen and to those who might still have a chance if they succeeded. As the shuttle approached the colony, the survivor's heart pounded in their chest. The infected structures loomed ahead, their jagged outlines like the teeth of some monstrous beast waiting to devour whatever dared to enter. The survivor's hands moved swiftly over the controls, preparing for landing. They knew this was no ordinary mission. There would be no backup, no reinforcements, just them alone against an enemy that didn't think, didn't feel, it only spread. The shuttle touched down with a shudder, its landing gear groaning under the strain. The survivor grabbed a makeshift weapon from the storage compartment, their fingers tightening around its grip. They stepped out onto the colony's surface, the air thick with a sickly haze. The ground was littered with debris, remnants of a once thriving community now reduced to ruins. Every step felt like a descent into hell, but they pressed on, driven by a singular purpose. In the distance, they could hear the faint sounds of movement, shuffling footsteps, guttural growls. The infected were nearby. The survivors' breath quickened, but they steadied themselves, focusing on the task at hand. They had come too far to falter now. This was their fight, their chance to make a difference, and as they moved deeper into the colony, the weight of their vow echoed in their mind. "This ends with me." The survivors' journey was far from over, but in that moment they were no longer just a victim of circumstance. They were a beacon of hope, a flicker of light in the darkness. And though the road ahead was fraught with danger, they knew one thing for certain: they wouldn't stop until the infection was eradicated, or until their last breath was spent. The colony might have been a place of nightmares, but it was also where their story would reach its climax, and they were ready to face it no matter the cost. The air was thick with the stench of decay as the survivors stepped onto the cracked concrete of the colony's central plaza. What was once a bustling hub of human activity now lay in ruins, the skeletal remains of buildings looming like gravestones against a blood-red sky. The organism had claimed everything. Its pulsating tendrils snaked through the streets, their sickly glow casting an eerie light over the desolation. Every step forward felt heavier, as if the very ground resisted the survivors' presence, warning them to turn back, but there was no turning back now. This was the end game. The colony's once pristine structures were now grotesque monuments to the organism's conquest. Walls were coated in a glistening, organic film, throbbing faintly as though alive. The survivors' breath hitched as they passed the remains of a playground, its swings creaking in the wind, half consumed by the alien growth. A faint, wet sound echoed from the shadows, a reminder that the organism wasn't just a mindless infection. It was a predator waiting, watching. The survivor tightened their grip on the makeshift weapon in their hand, a relic salvaged from the wreckage of their ship. It wasn't much, but it would have to do. As they ventured deeper into the colony, the signs of struggle became impossible to ignore. Overturned vehicles, shattered glass, and the occasional glimpse of a human silhouette, frozen mid-scream, encased in the organism's amber-like secretions. The survivor's mind raced, piecing together the final moments of those who had tried and failed to escape. Had they known what was coming? Had they fought as hard as they could? The questions gnawed at the survivor, but there was no time for answers. The organism was here, and it was growing stronger. A sudden movement caught their eye. One of the tendrils twitched, then another, as if sensing their presence. The survivor froze, heart pounding, as the ground beneath them began to tremble. The organism was aware. It had been waiting. From the darkness, a low, guttural sound emerged, like the rumble of distant thunder. The survivor's instincts screamed to run, but there was nowhere to go. The colony was a tomb, and they were already inside. They pressed on, their resolve hardening with every step. The organism's core was close. They could feel it. The air grew heavier, the tendrils thicker, until they reached the heart of the colony, the central reactor. Once a symbol of human ingenuity, it was now a pulsating mass of organic matter, its surface writhing with life. At its center, a faint, rhythmic glow pulsed like a heartbeat. This was it, the source. The survivor knew what they had to do. With trembling hands, they set the explosives, their mind racing through the plan one last time. Blow the reactor, destroy the organism, and hope the chain reaction would be enough to wipe it out completely. But even as they worked, a chilling thought crept in. What if it wasn't enough? What if the organism survived, spreading beyond the colony, consuming everything in its path? The survivors shook their head, forcing the doubt away. There was no room for hesitation now. They had come too far to turn back. As the final explosive clicked into place, the survivor took a moment to look around. The colony was gone, its people lost, its future erased, but in its place, something far worse had risen. The organism was more than just a threat, it was a warning. A reminder of humanity's hubris, its endless drive to conquer the unknown without understanding the consequences. The survivor's hand hovered over the detonator, their breath steady despite the chaos around them. They didn't know if this would work, they didn't even know if they would survive, but none of that mattered anymore. What mattered was stopping the horror, no matter the cost. The survivor took a deep breath, their finger resting on the trigger. Somewhere in the distance, the organism let out a deafening roar, as if it sensed the end was near. The survivor closed their eyes, a single thought echoing in their mind. This is for all of us, and with that, they pressed the button. The explosion tore through the colony, a blinding light engulfing everything. Whether it was enough to destroy the organism, no one would ever know. But as the flames consumed the survivor, one thing was certain. The horror might have ended here, but the dread it left behind would linger forever.